Outlook Live. We have the newsroom here, the Outlook newsroom, and at 10 o'clock, we thought we'll just give a quick look at how it is going so far. I have with me my colleague Abhik Bhattacharya, who's been traveling a lot for the election, and so have I in Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. Abhik had gone to Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, and other places. At 10 o'clock, it seems, what the exit polls had predicted, it's not as spectacular for the BJP as the exit polls had predicted, and it's not as dismal for the India alliance. That's what it seems, especially coming from a few states. In UP, we'll come to that later. I think we'll talk to the correspondent who went to UP, but Maharashtra, Karnataka, in the south.
Jharkhand, and actually, as you rightly say, that what exit poll predicted at that point of time is nothing is actually holding true now, because the difference is getting narrowed down between India and India bloc. And if you look at the numbers, just though it's very early trends, that if you look at BJP's numbers, alone BJP is now less than 255.
Yeah.
So this is something pretty interesting, because something else was being predicted. And now, state by state, then if we look at Uttar Pradesh, as we will talk to Rakhi later, but in Uttar Pradesh it's a neck-to-neck contest.
Yeah,
in Maharashtra,
yeah.
in Maharashtra specifically, this contest is pretty interesting, because Uddhav Sena, as when I went to Konkan region, I found it on the ground that Uddhav Sena was getting this whole sentimental vote. That is, there was this sentiment in favor of that somebody betrayed them. That sense of betrayal was there. So this vote we can see, even if I was just looking to Konkan region seats, and most of the seats are now being led by Uddhav Sena.
Right, and in fact, I traveled in the Marathwada region, Sholapur, Aurangabad, Nashik, etc. There again, there was this thing about, some outsider coming and splitting up a local party. That sentiment was there. Of course, added to that, but very, very local issues, like, the farmers' distress, the onion prices, the farmers not getting enough. The Marathwada agitation,
reservation.
Manoj Arange Patil, I mean, which was a major. So yes, I mean, so that I think there is some resonance of that on the ground, and Konkan is one part.
Konkan is one, but another state
Karnataka actually.
Karnataka, because in Karnataka you travel there. You tell us what is there, like what is happening, because BJP is a sort of Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, is from Karnataka.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, Karnataka, just recently Congress had a wonderful performance in Karnataka. But what is happening now?
When in Karnataka we really realized that there is a definite differentiation between state elections, and there was this, many of us told us even at the time of assembly polls that center mein to Modi ko denge in various, in Kannada and other languages. So that was definitely there. But then I think the results now, I mean, it's not as spectacular. They have done. I mean,
they've done well. Yeah, they're doing. Still, it's like its second round.
Go on reiterating. This is very, very
it's
early.
Very early stage, and second round has just started.
So it's very early. It's just at 10 o'clock. We're just taking a quick look.
One thing I just want to add. One state that we talk about is Jharkhand, because Adivasi politics has been one of the major contentious points in the elections. So in Jharkhand, if you look, that in the last 3 to 4 seats now, India bloc is leading, and it is significant because Hemant Soren's arrest on 31st January certainly changed the politics of the state. So this is something even new coming up, that in Adivasi sectors, who are gaining and who are trailing.
Right.
So these are the main things we have.
The other very interesting state is Uttar Pradesh, and Rakhi, Rakhi, if you could come and join us, maybe from this side. Rakhi had traveled to Uttar Pradesh for our ground reporting, and she had done many stories, especially from Western UP and other parts too. So are these trends a little surprising to you? I mean, when you traveled there, did it seem to you that much more spectacular under the Yogi administration?
Actually, what's more surprising is that they're a little different from what the exit polls were suggesting. But on ground, actually, we did face a lot of anti-incumbency. We did notice that there was a lot of anti-incumbency, that a lot of key seats that were BJP seats, including seats like Muzaffarnagar, which, by the way, BJP is at this point leading in. But then there are seats like Kairana, seats like Bagpat, which RLD is now getting. Then there is Moradabad, which is going with SC. Samajwadi Party seems to be doing very
Yes,
well
it's
in several of the seats.
correct.
Interestingly, Congress is also doing well in seats like
So,
Rae Bareli,
so
Amethi.
that alliance with Akhilesh and
seems like it's working,
seems
yeah.
to have worked, and they, I mean, in the end, they did come to an understanding of, there was a lot of initial, I think, heartburn about seat sharing, but they did come to a compromise, and that seems to be, I think, working for the India.
So, I mean, their rallies were quite populated.
Each other,
Candidates were
right?
campaigning for each other. In fact, Akhilesh Yadav did a lot of campaigning for individually for a lot of the
Right.
campaign. I mean, candidates. So that is there, and mainly, there is a lot of anti-incumbency, seat-wise anti-incumbency against their own, against sitting
Local
MPs,
issues.
local issues. So, if these trends are going to, I mean, if they go to fruition, then what we will see is actually that ground issues did play an important role
Yeah.
this time on the ground.
Exactly. So ground report, as we know that whatever issues we observed in ground, that's actually perhaps are issues in the election that will, whether this number will hold true or not. It depends on that. But one thing you tell us that Bahujan Samajwadi Party. Last time with Samajwadi Party alliance, they got 10 seats. What is happening? We can see again. It's an early trend. Again, we are telling to our audience it's very early trend. It's just the second round has started, so we cannot finalize these numbers. So if you can tell us about Bahujan Samaj.
Yeah, it does look like BSP is kind of at a wipeout stage right now. And, so, for instance,
Yeah, so there's the local issues, but a little bit surprising, well, not so much maybe, is Delhi. It's
Right.
right now, I mean, again, very early, but it seems the BJP it's a clean sweep
Uh,
of 7 seats.
if
If-
in
so here the alliance has not so much worked.
So, I mean, it was working initially, and then Kejriwal's release from prison was also, it did galvanize the forces here. But then there was a bit of infighting among the cadres here. I mean, there was a lack of understanding in some seats. Whether this is an Aam Aadmi Party candidate or this is a Congress candidate. Voters, for instance, were not
Yeah.
sure. They didn't know till the very. For instance, in seats like Northeast Delhi, the candidate was given very late, so Kanhaiya Kumar
Yeah.
got very little time to.
And then he
does
was
have
also that
outsider.
outsider, that he
Yeah.
was even paratrooped and all.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
and Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are also kind of used to working against each other
Yeah.
at the
Though
assembly
it's
level,
again,
so
to reiterate, it's early. There are, I think, 2 seats where it's very close. As of now, it's neck to neck. So
West-
we'll have to see. Yeah, I think
West Delhi, I think, would be
is
one of them, and Northeast Delhi would be the
Northeast.
other
So
one.
let's see. But as of now, yes, they are. I mean, it does seem like a sweep now. At 10 o'clock to conclude. I mean, the broad picture seems to be that BJP is holding strong in its in the Hindi heartland, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat. Where where it was
Right.
expected to do, and anyway they had actually maxed.
I
in
think the
the
surprising, if it comes, would be in perhaps UP, because
UP,
that's where we're
yes,
seeing a lot of.
Akhilesh, I think is the strong. The performance is very strong there. Karnataka, not as bad as
Projected in the-
as
Projected in the
exit polls and other analysis also. South is yet to be. I mean, it's still it's a kind of a citadel that the BJP has not yet crossed. That they are still holding on there. So that is at 10 o'clock. I think broadly the picture. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Hello, welcome to Outlook Live again. So we are here at about nearing 11 now, and the early trends so far are still not as spectacular for the NDA as it was predicted, both in the exit polls as well as in the reports, before the elections. They are doing well. They are now around, I think, nearly near the 300 mark, but not as much as they predict. But the one of the most interesting states in this whole thing at this point is Uttar Pradesh. The the seats Akhilesh Yadav seems to be doing the SP. His party SP is doing fantastically well actually compared to 2019. And I have with me Raki here. Raki, you traveled extensively in UP, and we have Zaina from Lucknow joining us on the screen there. She's also traveled to UP to report on the elections. And one thing that is actually becoming very clear is how there is nothing to beat ground reporting in elections. What our reporters came back and told us, it seems to be, I mean, that is reflecting more here than any of the exit polls or any of the opinion polls or any of the million other surveys that have happened. So I mean, as a traditional journalist, I would say that there is really nothing to beat a reporter going to the ground, talking to people, finding out what the issues are, coming back and reporting, doing stories, analyzing. That it may seem very old-fashioned, but I really think that in the end, there is really nothing to beat that journalism. So, Raki, are these results a little surprising for you when you travel to Western UP particularly?
Actually, it's not surprising. Like I said earlier, also the exit polls were surprising because they gave quite a sweep to the Bharatiya Janata Party. But this time, I mean, at least I saw in several Western UP seats that there was a lot of anti-incumbency. The Congress and Samajwadi Party alliance seems to be working in many
What
places.
were the issues in the areas you went? What were the local issues? Do you think those local issues are really, reflecting here in the numbers?
I think a little bit because if the seats like Western UP, for instance, that are winning, for instance, Moradabad, Kerana, Rampur, then there's Sambhal. These are the seats that SP is leading in at this moment. So mainly, there is the issue of sugarcane prices. That the
Yeah.
Western Belt is a sugarcane belt, and they're saying that for the last 10 years they have not seen much improvement there. So then there is the matter of polarization was kind of important. Identity politics seems to have taken
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
we see a return to caste-based politics
Jat,
again
the
in UP. Then
yeah.
there was the Rajput anger,
Rajput
resentment,
angle,
and
yeah.
the Jat consolidation. So I think the Samikaran that the Samajwadi Party did this time in the different seats worked out, and also the fact that price rise and inflation and farming crisis, these things had an impact, and we wherever we went, we did hear voters talk about these issues constantly. So in the exit polls, when kind of we saw that those issues are not coming up, but now I think if the numbers are reflecting more.
In fact, if Zaina, if I can come to you, the other issue, there was a lot of criticism about the alliance itself, the India Bloc alliance. They were saying that it was such a quickly, hurriedly put together, motley group of political parties. But in UP, definitely the alliance between Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party and Congress is definitely seems to be working there. The seat sharing, there was a little bit of an issue about seat sharing, I think, in the beginning, but then they did iron out their differences and they did agree upon, the seats in an amicable way in the end, and each one campaigned for each other's. So since you travel there in UP as well, is that, this alliance is coming good there?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Samajwadi Party still has quite a lot of popularity because of Mulayam Singh Yadav. A lot of people remember him very, someone who used to really work for them. And so, yeah, I think because of Mulayam Singh Yadav, Akhilesh Yadav also has a good, I would say, good popularity. And also,
In,
one
in
of the
fact,
things
in fact, this time, I mean, this is the one election where Akhilesh has really come onto his own, right? I mean, there was a lot of resistance within the Samajwadi Party. There was this conflict with his uncles and so many other relatives. So this election, he has fought himself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any internal sort of disputes have come to the fore or taken over this time. Um, and Aditya Yadav, who is Shivpal Yadav's son, he is also contesting. Shivpal Yadav, sorry, Dharmendra Yadav, he's also contesting. But also, I feel like they have not let the family, narrative sort of take over.
Mm-hmm.
Only 5 people from the entire family are contesting this time, and there are a lot of other candidates as well. Also, let's talk about Akhilesh Yadav having two Dalit candidates in seats that are not reserved seats,
Yeah.
which has well for the voters.
Yeah, and the
Female,
other point about what Rakhi was just talking about, these local issues, in Uttar Pradesh, which seem to be coming to the fore, even though it is a Lok Sabha poll. One from Delhi and other centers, it seems, that Yogi Adityanath's Uttar Pradesh is quite impenetrable. That he's really riding a wave, and his schemes and other deliverables have reached the people, and many people have benefited. But what did you find problems people were facing? Unemployment, price rise, farm distress. Are these any? I mean, what are the issues that you found locally when you traveled?
I think unemployment was one of the biggest issues. Farmers' crisis was huge. The problem of stray cattle that was common everywhere in all the constituencies that I visited.
Mm.
Yeah, rising prices again, a big issue. So people are really suffering, and I think somewhere or the other they were discontent with the way that they were treated, or
Mm.
how the government had acted in the last 10 years. Not much, for them. So
Okay,
they
so that.
Also, another interesting thing is, initially there was a lot was said, like even in the last election and even in the legislative assembly elections, about this thing about development, right? And so everybody is always talking about how the roads are doing
Yeah.
well, how, but this time, you heard a lot about, oh, the tolls are also very heavy.
Yeah.
The fact that there are good roads, but we don't have the money to pay for petrol right
Yeah.
now. So what do we do with these good roads?
Yeah.
And then there are, farmer belts where landowning farmers, like she pointed out very
Yeah.
aptly, stray cattle is a big problem for
Yeah.
landowning rich
Yeah.
farmers, for instance.
Yeah.
So this time, and rich farmers are who in UP? They're mostly Rajput, they're mostly Jat. So when we're seeing a bit of this caste-based anger, it's not just caste, it's also these issues.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, Rakhi, when a government is there for 10 years,
Yeah.
there is bound to be an anti-incumbency factor in any case.
Yeah.
10 years to rule uninterrupted is a big thing in India,
Right,
actually,
right.
in many states.
And
So,
that is also what we saw, because they are saying that yes, it is the national elections and we are voting for the prime minister, for electing the prime minister, but we're also voting for choosing our local MPs because we
Yeah.
want our local work to be done.
Yeah.
So yeah, anti-incumbency, even if it is not against the party per se, there was a lot of anti-incumbency against particular
correct.
candidates.
That
in
I think
particular
is what is,
seats.
it's a good point. I think that is what is being reflected in many of the seats,
Yeah.
that how the local issues, though it is a national election, they want the MPs to address them,
Right.
to talk about it in the parliament, and
Absolutely.
reach some resolution.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think we'll end it there, and we'll come back soon with more states. We thought of taking up UP just now because it's one of the most interesting states to look at.
Alright.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zaina, for joining us from Lucknow. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Outlook Live again. Chinky, we have Chinky, our editor, Outlook here. So from the numbers, what it I think becoming very clear is that apart from all the hype, apart from all the analysis, apart from all the exit polls that came, etc., there is nothing really to beat for a journalist to go to the ground, come back with stories, talk to people, come and report to the editors, and bring out issues. So that is one thing I think that with our resources, whatever we could manage, but we fanned out reporters all over the country, and what they brought back to us did not seem, in fact, that is reflecting in what is I think going on right now, isn't it? I mean, that's.
I think so. I think firstly we went back to the traditional forms of journalism, and we cut out the noise, and we said to our reporters that we'll try and send everybody across India, and we also adopted a model where a reporter will go to a state which is unfamiliar, so that they are able to see stories and
the
how
outsider's advantage.
Exactly, the outsider advantage, and also we also learned in journalism schools that how when a reporter goes to a place which is not very familiar, they are able to see more.
Absolutely.
In terms of they are not biased, and they're not really.
Yeah.
So we made sure that we are able. I mean, today in this day and age where magazines and print media are struggling, I think we are also very grateful to Outlook. The
Management,
CEO Indranil Roy, who actually did not say anything and said that okay, here's the money. You guys use it judiciously, and so we also sent out very young reporters actually, like Zaina, Sharmita, all Vikram Raj, for instance, very young reporters who are in their early 20s.
It's their
and all,
first time reporting in elections,
and nobody gets that opportunity.
Yeah.
Because we always go for very seasoned reporters.
Yeah.
And there's this whole thing about being political in terms of reportage.
But I must say, but even for old fogies like me, it's to go to the ground, speak to the people, and you've gone there with a lot of you've read a lot, you've prepared yourself. But what the surprise is that you get to know that the ground throws up. It's absolutely unmatched. It's completely. Like because I traveled as in the Marathwada belt in Maharashtra, from Solapur, Aurangabad, Nashik, Bombay, etc. And there was real farm distress. The onion farmers were not getting the prices that they were hoping for. In fact, they were getting half of what they had they had got 6 months ago because of an export ban. So these are local issues. Like
and onion is a huge thing, because remember onion, the legacy of onion
have brought down elections, brought down governments. So I think that in fact that is the point. I think the central government was a little apprehensive about inflation, so they didn't want the onion prices to shoot up, so they had put this ban on exports, and that on the ground, I mean, for us it's fine. In Delhi and Bombay, it's great that onion prices have gone down and the customer is happy, but how it matters to the farmer there. He's sold, he's expecting a price of what he was getting about 45, 47 rupees. It's come down to 17, 18. Exactly. So what does he do? His input costs are the same, and most of them are small farmers really. So there is, so the distress is real. So in soya bean, in cotton, then of course the Marathwada agitation itself. Again from far away it doesn't seem like a big thing, but when you're there, we met Manoj Jarange Patil, and the kind of following he has, it's amazing. So it's a serious issue.
And you travelled a lot, in fact, from Vijayawada to.
We did from this coast of from Vijayawada and Andhra Pradesh. We travelled through Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, then Maharashtra, and ended in Bombay. So all through, even in what I think is showing a little bit in the assembly polls in Andhra Pradesh, how TDP is making a comeback. There was a lot of anti-incumbency. See, I think that 10 years to rule in India is a tough job. There will be an anti-incumbency, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Andhra Pradesh. To continue for a chief minister for 10 years is a very difficult task. So there is a natural anti-incumbency is there among people. They wanted more, didn't get so much. So I think that is what our reporters brought back. And you were in Coimbatore. And the star candidate there, with so much talked about, etc., doesn't seem to be doing so well right now. It's all very early trends. To keep on reiterating, things may change. But so in Coimbatore, for instance, the report you wrote was so, it's an eye-opener for for so many of us here, though I'm from the south.
Yeah, no, I think the interesting thing about Coimbatore was when we went there and we landed in a rally, which was by the DMK, and Rahul Gandhi had come, and there were like lakhs of people there, 1.5 lakhs, and I have never seen a rally like this
these
in
numbers.
that sense, like never been in a rally like that.
Yeah.
And I thought that there was this whole thing about online and offline, this election.
Yeah.
So online you would see a lot of things which ran almost contrary to what you would see on the ground.
Correct.
Because there we were there, in Coimbatore, the BJP doesn't have that many cadres. People were even saying Annamalai's deposit would be taken, or all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But, the DMK came across as a very strong party over there. And
Yeah.
social justice and Dravidian politics is, a lot of people had written it off. But I don't think
It's very much alive.
it's very much alive. And we spoke to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of, what I felt was there was a lot of arrogance on part of certain candidates. And I think that also translates into this,
Right.
voting behavior.
Right.
And the other thing, we went to Kashmir, which obviously only has 3 seats, but very important in terms of elections because the BJP has talked about Article 370 and the abrogation across India, even in the south, right? So I thought that was very interesting to note. So at Outlook, we also picked places very wisely in terms of where, like we picked Coimbatore because there was this communal politics situation happening. The gateway was through this communal politics and the riots in Coimbatore that happened.
Yeah.
So all kinds of things. So
absolutely, like
so
Maharashtra was going to be this
completely.
deciding state in some ways because it's like it's got the second largest numbers after UP, and it's a very important the seats there. So so that was the other thing. We picked and chose not just the states, the regions, in fact. Like say Rakhi would go to Western UP. There was a lot of there was farm district. There were a lot of other political.
And given the fact that we are still a very small organization and we don't have the kind of resources.
This is all we are actually.
This is all we are, and our reporters worked very hard. In fact, everybody worked really hard, and it's very difficult to cover elections in this kind of weather. We all got sick and everything. But the old form of a print reporter, in the sense that a print reporter goes, understands the situation rather than just doing these quick bites and jumping to conclusions very quickly. We keep telling our reporters that we don't have to be biased. We have to understand things, and I think the young energy. I think it's a
that
great.
Is absolutely, that's absolutely correct. And this deep interview that a print journalist is able to do, instead of it's not a question of talking to 10 people. It's a question of talking to that one person.
Exactly.
Who's going to give some insight. So that happens only. That can come only with time, with energy. With you got to spend time. You got to have the resources to do that.
No, and also we are not that. We don't jump to conclusions that quickly. Let's say if we see something, it's not like we will say, okay, this is it.
Right.
We also go. This is all about behind the scenes kind of situation where we go and look at things, and I'm very happy that our reporters did so much hard work in today's day and age and were not really swayed by what other media was saying.
The hype.
We don't take sides. We said in the beginning also, I think the first issue was very apt. We looked at ideology, and I think a week or 2 later, Rahul Gandhi also announced that this is an ideological battle. And I think in that issue, we looked at the kind of ideological situations, like the ups and downs that have happened, which parties have continued to, retain their ideological positions and which parties have diluted. And I think that really mattered. And I think we started the elections with that. And then I think we then sent out, and we also did that reporter's guarantee. Because everybody was talking about this guarantee. And so we thought ground reporter with all their honesty is the guarantee.
Exactly. And that really seemed to have worked for our coverage. Yes.
Thank
you very much.
you.
Thank you for joining in. Hello and welcome to Outlook Live again. I have Abhik here with me in Delhi, and we are joined by Shweta from our correspondent in Bombay. Shweta traveled extensively in Maharashtra for the elections, and she filed a lot of ground reports. Shweta, from what we are seeing, the exit polls and the other analysis before the elections about Maharashtra and what is actually coming through, it's quite different from what the hype was about. The BJP sweeping Maharashtra in some ways. So when you travelled in Maharashtra, what were the first of all, if you could just maybe tell us briefly about the regions you went to and the issues people were talking about in those areas.
Right. So I started my travel from Vidarbha, which went to the polls in the first phase.
Yeah.
I traveled to Nagpur, which is key constituency for the BJP, where Union Minister Nitin Gadkari is contesting for the third time. And then I headed to Gadchiroli, which is the remotest part of Maharashtra, remotest district affected by left-wing extremism. Both these constituencies fall in the Vidarbha region, which is the epicenter of the farmers' crisis. We also see a lot of tribal dominated areas here. So development remains a key word here. And although BJP, since it's been in power in 2014, we've seen a lot of basic infrastructure work here, which is mainly about road connectivity, which Mr. Nitin Gadkari has done a great job in developing the area in connectivity of road.
So you saying that you saw this kind of infrastructure development happening even in Gadchiroli?
Yes, the biggest change, the significant change that has happened is the highway connecting from Nagpur to Gadchiroli, which would take roughly like 3 to 4 hours. This travel was very risky, as well as the road connectivity was not at all good, say a decade ago. That has changed. A lot of these changes have taken place in the Vidarbha region. However, the problems of people in terms of accessing basic infrastructure, in terms of farmers' crisis, continue to remain here. Same with the water problem and water scarcity. It was the beginning of summer when we started the elections, but by the time the 7 phases were done, the water scarcity and the heat temperatures have drastically impacted the region here. So that is what.
Yeah, and here from what we are seeing, Uddhav Thackeray's party and Congress, as of now, I mean, these are still early trends, it could change, but they are showing excellent results there in Maharashtra. Do you think this last minute split in the Shiv Sena has also gone much in favor of Uddhav as kind of a sympathy factor, a homegrown party, being split by, I mean, many people told me when I was traveling in Maharashtra, split by, outsiders, and that kind of a sentiment doesn't really go down well with a Marathi voter, because he or she is a very sentimental person.
Yeah, and I just want to add even there, Shweta, that even when I traveled to Konkan region, I found this, that there is this sentiment, that betrayal, that when we saw that people saying that Eknath Shinde has actually betrayed and Ajit Pawar has betrayed Sharad Pawar. So do you think the sentiment and sympathy for this Uddhav UBT Sena and in favor of Sharad Pawar that actually walked on the ground? What do you think? How do you read it?
That is definitely a major factor in this year's election, because current trends, like the early trends from the ECI website, what we can see is the Mahavikas Aghadi, that is the Sena Thackeray, NCP Sharad Pawar and Congress coalition in Maharashtra is leading on 29 seats. And if you remember, Satish, correctly, when we started the coverage in Maharashtra, I had said that Maharashtra would be a determining factor in this election, because this is the second highest state.
That was never in doubt.
Second highest numbers, yes. It's 48 numbers. And what BJP had a mission of winning 45 seats. from Maharashtra. That is not what is looking, the early trend at least is
Yeah.
showing that that may not happen. And that is definitely, as both of you have addressed, the sympathy factor for the Thakres and Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar is the senior most leader in Maharashtra right now. He is almost 83. And Thakre, he is the currently the only politician carrying on the Thakre surname in the Maharashtra politics,
Yeah.
of course, along with his son Aditya Thakre. But when the split happened, that definitely uh, uh, gave a big jolt to Maharashtra as such. Maharashtra is not new to splits. Sena itself has seen a lot of major senior
Correct.
leaders in the 90s splitting the party, and that has never affected Sena's hold on the ground. Many political observers have also pointed this out, that Sena's core voter, which is the Marathi voter, is looks at the emotional politics of Shiv Sena. And when the split happened, that definitely, touched a deep chord within even the non-Sena voters. I think saw this for the first time. The way the Mahayuti Aghadi, which is led by Fadnavis and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and was later joined by Ajit Pawar after he split from NCP. The way this entire government came into
Yeah.
power, with the horse trading, with a lot of ED raids, we saw the pressure coming on to the opposition. All of that has definitely
So,
had an influence in this election.
Shweta, Maharashtra also goes to polls for the assembly soon. I
Yes,
think
in
later
6 months.
in the how much do you think these results are going to reflect in the assembly elections?
So when I traveled on ground, people were saying this is currently just a curtain raiser or preparation for the for people in Maharashtra. The bigger test is the state assembly elections. That is when we'll come to know who will be the chief minister of Maharashtra.
Right.
And as you know, so since 2019, that post itself has been contested. First, we had like a very brief government of Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar for just 80 hours. And
Yeah.
then we had Uddhav Thackeray. So now I think that is something like people are awaiting to see the results of that. But on a national level, I just want to say that the key seats where we were looking to, that would determine who is the real NCP or who is the real Sena. We are seeing results in favor of the original parties. For example, I would just like to point out here Baramati
Yeah.
constituency, where NCP leader Sharad Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule is contesting for the third term. She is in the lead. She was against her opponent was Ajit Pawar's wife,
Right. Yeah.
Sunetra Pawar. That was very much a fight within the family, but for also, for the rest of Maharashtra, were eagerly awaiting the results. In Mumbai as well, we are seeing the Sena Thakre retaining its hold on the key constituencies in the south central and northwest.
Yeah,
Yes.
so as you were saying that South Central and Northwest, so there was some confusion earlier regarding seat sharing between Congress and Uddhav Sena. So that was getting reflected. So do you think that actually the alliance worked on the ground the way it was expected, or what is it all about? Like if you can talk about that a bit.
Absolutely. I think this is for the first time we are seeing a very coherent unity between the opposition in Maharashtra. The Congress has tied up with the regional parties, both NCP and Shiv Sena. That is not what happened during 2014 and 2019. If you remember, there was a BJP Shiv Sena alliance. This
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
first time that in Maharashtra you are seeing Congress contesting in a three-pole alliance with Shiv
With Shiv
Sena
Sena,
and with
yeah.
NCP.
Yeah.
And that is something Maharashtra has never seen, and we are seeing very positive results
Correct.
on that alliance.
Yeah,
so
that's
far.
true. In fact, the alliance seems to have worked in the two big states, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
And Maharashtra, yeah.
You know, the first and second in terms of numbers. I think the opposition alliance definitely has, worked in favor of the India bloc. I think we'll leave it there right
Yeah.
now. Thank you very much, Shweta,
Thank
for
you
joining
very
in.
much, Shweta, for
We'll come
joining
back to you
us.
later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for watching.
I'm Rahat. Welcome to Outlook. I'm in conversation with Tanul Thakur, who has been to Amethi and Rae Bareli. Since Uttar Pradesh has been a very strong hold of BJP right there, so you have been to Amethi and Rae Bareli. What was your experience there? How did you perceive the people and environment over there?
One of the most striking things about Amethi, at least, where Smriti Irani punctured the Congress's citadel for the first time in 2019 by defeating Rahul Gandhi, was this very evident, visceral, visible anger that was there among people. I mean, I covered different Vidhan Sabha units and all of that so as to get like a broad sense of, at least a data-wise, some level of granular analysis of what people were thinking. And as I said, I mean, there was widespread anger. And a lot of these complaints were very overlapping. People spoke about that she had not even visited her village, not even once. And they complained, in fact, in some cases, railed against these very basic needs that a citizen needs. I mean,
what were the main issues that you think that were plaguing the citizens of Amethi and Rae Bareli?
so, I mean, so essentially it was a battle, I would like to say, between two beasts or two forces. I mean, if BJP had, like, you know, welfare schemes and Ram Mandir on one hand, then the people were often complaining about stray animals and, I mean, pervasive unemployment, you know. And a lot of people who and just to like come back to my earlier point, a lot of people would just start off with these basic complaints about, like, say, a side road not being repaired, like them drinking polluted water, broken taps. I mean, things that are as basic that you would perhaps, I mean, some of us city slickers won't even pause to think about them, right? So that was that. I mean, there was massive discontent among people for paper leaks. Several papers have been leaked in the recent past and all of that. And that said, though, I mean, one could and when I covered Smriti Irani's Nukkad Sabhas, which is to say, like, these corners in which, like, she would come and address the people of Amethi, her approach, I mean, there's absolutely no other way to say this, was a bit feudalistic. She would talk about, she would essentially talk about two things: the welfare schemes that the BJP had doled out in terms of, say, Kisan Samman Nidhi or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or you know, just giving 5 kg grains and all of that. And then they would, then she would very swiftly switch to Ram Mandir and demonize the Congress party.
Okay.
So yeah.
So in Rae Bareli, like, Congress has been the best bastion over there and did not lose the seat, like, unlike the Amethi. So what is your take? Like, it was the only seat that the Congress had back then.
Yeah, I mean, reporting in Rae Bareli, I must say, was a very fascinating experience, and this is something I noted in the piece as well, and something I would like to repeat here. Congress party there, at least in my experience, among a vast majority of people, almost had, like, you know, the Shah Rukh Khan effect on people. Like, you would ask them that, like, you know, so what has Congress party done for you? And a lot of times they would not even answer. They would just pause and smile as if to say, what a thing to ask, you know. And then they would, of course, I mean, they had proper concrete answer. They would talk about, like, ITI, AIMS, Rail Coach Factory, XYZ, you know, all these things that the Congress has set up there over the last several decades. One thing that was interesting to me in for Rae Bareli was, and that's where I think I'll be personally interested in this, is that even if the Congress wins in Rae Bareli, I would like to look between the numbers, which is to say that from 2014 to 2019, the BJP increased its vote share from 21% to 38%. Congress has dipped from 64 to 56%. So, I mean, sure, I mean, results can be binary 1 and 0, but I'll be interested to see if Congress has, if the BJP, even if it loses, does it increase its vote share there? Because what I found in Rae Bareli was a lot of youngsters, they were very taken in by the Hindutva and the BJP charm there. So I think that would be quite interesting to see.
All right. So what's your concluding long take for the Rae Bareli and Amethi visit?
I mean, so when I first, when I came back from Amethi and Rae Bareli, Amethi especially, given that Smriti Irani had won last time by more than 55,000 votes, it actually gave me a much more complicated picture of the ground realities in UP, given that, of course, I mean, these are just 2 seats and it's largely been a Congress bastion, but still, I mean, it kind of gave me at least some kind of understanding that, like, things are more complicated or can unfold in a much more complicated fashion electorally, and which we are seeing right now, right? Like from 62 seats to, although of course it's, I mean, the results are still not out and all of that, but you can see that, I mean, the winds of change, at least in UP, is quite there, and that's actually not contradictory to what I found in Amethi and Rae Bareli.
All right. Thank you for joining the Outlooks Live.
हाय, मैं रानी आउटलुक से बोल रही हूँ. Hi, I'm Rani from Outlook India. Right now, I am speaking to Asghar Khan. उन्होंने इस चुनाव में उत्तर प्रदेश बहुत ट्रैवल किया है और वहाँ से कवरेज किया है. वो हमारे सीनियर कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट है. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस इन दिस लाइव टुडे. तो असगर जी, उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी जी का कितना असर था इस चुनाव में?
उत्तर प्रदेश में भी जो चुनाव हो रहा था वो मेनली दो अलायंस के बीच था लड़ाई. एक तरफ इंडिया अलायंस था और एक तरफ एनडीए था. एनडीए में हालांकि जो ज़्यादातर सीट है वो उस पर भाजपा लड़ रही थी, यानी वो भाजपा ज़्यादातर सीट पर लड़ रही थी, और इंडिया अलायंस में समाजवादी पार्टी सबसे ज़्यादा सीट पर लड़ रही थी. तो योगी का जो आप असर पूछ रही हैं, योगी का मेनली जो असर है वो पूर्वांचल के इलाके में रहा है. शुरुआत अगर हम देखें, योगी का जो पूरा इमरजेंस है, जो पूरा उभार है, वो पूर्वांचल से शुरू होता है, और वो जो योगी का वर्चस्व रहा वो पूर्वांचल से होते हुए पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में रहा. लेकिन इस चुनाव में जो योगी का एक संगठन था जो उन्होंने 2000 में बनाया था, हिंदू युवा वाहिनी, उन लोग अंडर करंट वो जो रहा वो बहुत एक्टिव रहा, और वो बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट रहे. उन लोगों का ये मानना था कि जो बातें आ रही थी कि योगी इस बार हो सकता है बीच में सीएम से हटा दिया जाए, जबकि पूर्वांचल में जो हिंदू युवा वाहिनी के लोग हैं वो ये मांग करते रहे हैं कि अगला जो पीएम होगा मोदी के बाद वो योगी होगा. उस बीच में ये खबरें आई, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी कही, और वहाँ भी ये बातें जो है उनके लोग जो हैं, योगी के जो लोग थे, उनके बीच में ये बात थी. तो उसकी वजह से काफ़ी बीजेपी के खिलाफ थे जो हिंदू युवा वाहिनी के लोग थे, यानी योगी के लोग. तो उसका कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग जो रिजल्ट आ रहा है, जो परिणाम मिल रहा है देखने को, उसमें ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो जो मतलब हिंदू युवा वाहिनी जो थी वो बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट गई, जिसकी वजह से पूर्वांचल में काफ़ी सीट घटी है. और ओवरऑल पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में सबसे ज़्यादा जो नुकसान हो रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, वो उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है. उसकी वजह मुझे यही नज़र आ रही है कि हिंदू युवा वाहिनी का जो संगठन है वो एक्टिव दिखा है इस चुनाव में, और वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ एक्टिव दिखा है.
अच्छा, और आप गोरखपुर में भी गए थे हमारे कलीग दिव्या के साथ, और खासकर योगी जी का वहाँ पे कैसा असर था, क्या माहौल था गोरखपुर में? गोरखपुर ही एक ऐसा लोकसभा है और वो एक ऐसा गढ़ है जहाँ से पूरा पूर्वांचल हैंडल होता है. तो गोरखपुर तो मतलब वो एक ऐसी सीट है जो मुझे लगता है अभी तक रिजल्ट में हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि रवि किशन उसमें बहुत आगे हैं. गोरखपुर योगी का गढ़ है. गोरखपुर में हारने का मतलब है योगी हार रहे हैं. तो गोरखपुर आपको याद होगा 2018 में एक बार पहली बार जब हम 90 से चुनाव देखें, जो मठ के जो मठाधीश होते हैं जो लड़ते हुए आ रहे थे, क्योंकि योगी आदित्यनाथ भी मुख्यमंत्री के अलावा वो मठ के मठाधीश हैं गोरखपुर मंदिर. तो वो सीट जो है 2018 में इसलिए हारे थे चूंकि योगी जो उपचुनाव हुआ योगी के सीएम बनने के बाद उस सीट पर योगी के पसंदीदा कैंडिडेट नहीं थे. इसकी वजह से ये माना जाता है, ये बताया जाता है, उनके लोग भी ये ऑफ रिकॉर्ड ये बात कहते हैं कि योगी का समर्थन नहीं था, योगी का आशीर्वाद नहीं था. इसकी वजह से वो सीट भाजपा पहली बार हारी थी 90s के बाद. तो फिर उसके बाद जब 2019 का चुनाव हुआ तो उसमें योगी के जो पसंदीदा कैंडिडेट थे रवि किशन, उनको टिकट मिला, वो जीत गए. तो इस बार भी रवि किशन हैं, तो रवि किशन जीत रहे हैं. तो योगी का वो गढ़ है, योगी वहां से नहीं हार सकते हैं. मतलब वहां से हारने का मतलब है कि योगी पूरे देश में हार गए हैं. तो गोरखपुर बहुत मजबूत है और वहां लीड कर रहे हैं रवि किशन काफी मत से. ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच. दैट वर ऑल माय क्वेश्चन. थैंक यू असगर जी फॉर दैट इनसाइट. थैंक यू.
Hello and welcome to Outlook Live again. Chinky ji, you had traveled extensively to Kashmir recently for the cover story that we did. And we have our correspondent from Srinagar, Nasir Ganai. Thank you very much, Nasir, for joining.
Thank you.
So, some very interesting results from Kashmir.
Yeah,
Is this
actually.
is this what you expected? Omar Abdullah is trailing, Mahbooba Mufti is trailing.
Yeah, we expected, I think towards the end of our trip, I think when me and Nasir were talking, he talked about Engineer Rashid, who's actually leading in Baramulla. We had gone to one rally in Baramulla, and this is one example of how social media also kind of...
He's in jail.
Engineer Rashid is in jail. His son is there, and Nasir said a very interesting thing कि कश्मीर में जो ज़्यादा रो रहा है, and he filed a story also called the crying meter. We asked him to do this, and it's interesting because Kashmir, this Article 370 abrogation. So the BJP made that as a election pitch, the abrogation, but in Kashmir actually उसका उल्टा था. So वहाँ के rallies में वो कह रहे थे कि हम restore करेंगे, and I think Engineer Rashid, because he's in jail, uska beta young, and I think Nasir and Romana had gone to one of his public meetings. So Nasir, if you can talk a little bit about this crying meter and what people are saying in Kashmir.
Yeah, I think it was more of a sentimental vote because of his father being in jail. So one of the slogans of his was that jail ka badla vote se lenge. So it was very kind of an tihar ka badla vote se lenge. So kind of, and this also resonated with the people. It is a kind of it created a sort of a sympathy wave for Engineer Rashid. So he's giving a tough time to National Conference Vice President Umar Abdullah and Sajad Lone as well, because of this very slogan. And these are the traditional parties. If Mahbooba Mufti is losing, if Umar Abdullah is trailing, it also shows that legacy politics is in quite danger in jail.
I was about to ask, in fact, that. So what happens to PDP and National Conference? These legacy parties. I mean, what is the future for them now? I mean, is it that their popularity is waning so much?
So I don't think it is an end of the road for National Conference because in Srinagar they are getting a huge margin as compared to the PDP. But still, if Umar Abdullah is trailing and he says it is still we have to wait for, and in fact. Engineer Rashid's son is also saying that we should wait for some time.
And then, and they have promised state elections in Kashmir in September, right? So, how much do these results reflect, what may happen then?
I think it will have a great impact. Engineer Rashid winning, it also shows that there is a space for the alternative politics and emotional politics, and it will also show the sentimental politics has a deep roots in Kashmir. So it will be very tough for National Conference and the PDP, and they have to seek how to go through this, how to face this challenge.
And Chinky, apart from electoral politics, Kashmir every day is politics. I mean, it's everything is politics, right? I mean, elections, of course, have come after a long time. But in your travels, I mean, what kind of in your ground reporting, what kind of sentiment did you find? What were the issues that people were talking about? This hype about this Naya Kashmir, where Kashmir is developing, roads are happening, tourists are pouring in. What was the reaction to the local people there on the ground?
See, the one thing that we found in Kashmir, the sentiment or whatever you can say, is this all-pervasive silence, So there was this silence, and across the rallies, and Nasir will testify to that,
which is our
cover, the silence of Kashmir, and I think it was a very relevant cover for us to do just before the results came in, because I think we owe it to Kashmir also. And I think in all the rallies that we went to, people said 2-3 things which were very prominent. They talked about political prisoners, they talked about dignity, which Article 370 abrogation had taken away, and they also talked about this emotion situation, like they really, and there was also, there were really funny moments, because Nasir had written this story about this, asli sher, nakli sher gaya, asli sher aaya, because there was this Sher-e-Kashmir, and if you go back into the history of Kashmir, you had this Bakra party, so this Bakra Sher situation, and there is no Sher in Kashmir in terms of like whatever zoo or, there are animal, heavy.
Panchatantra tales.
Panchatantra tales. So maybe
Yeah,
Nasir.
even in Ladakh, they said कि when BJP candidate came for the nomination to file a nomination, they say कि असली शेरा आ गया. So this slogan is traveled across erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. In Ladakh, you see the Haji Hanifa is getting, he's an independent candidate, though supported by the National Conference. He was earlier with the National Conference, but when the India Alliance put up their candidate over there, so they decided to have their own independent candidate there, and I think he is getting a huge margin. He might win by a huge margin. The Ladakh, his win from the Ladakh also shows the politics over there about sixth schedule, about the environment, about the concerns of the Ladakhi people,
And also at the abrogation 370,
Yeah.
because that took away the protection from Ladakh as well.
Yeah.
I think maybe the time of snow leopard has arrived. Oh, Sher gaya.
No, another, the point that you raised about how there was so much silence, in various quarters, common people, musicians, poets, writers, etc. But, Kashmir also voted quite well. They did come out in big numbers to vote. So there is a voice there. I mean, which is what we discussed in the cover
Exactly.
story
So,
also.
the third thing all the rallies, people talked about was to break this silence, right? So, breaking the silence was one of the things that was consistently said in Kashmir, and record turnout was recorded in many constituencies.
Yeah.
Also because I think we met one poet, Madhosh Balhami, and he said he had last voted in 87 elections, which was rigged, and after many years he was going to go out and vote this time, because this voice, this was something like a voice that they had. This was the first time elections were happening, and they had to register their thing. See, now this silence has also been kind of made out to be this acceptance, but silence is not really acceptance, and which we have explored in full in our issue about this silence, and how silence could be resistance, silence could be I mean, there are various shades of this silence. And I think politically, I think it was very interesting, because across they said that the silence needs to be broken now. People were really afraid because of these a lot of people were jailed after 2019, right? There's no civil society in Kashmir anymore. APDP protests don't happen anymore. We went to all these places where there was this thing. Also, the other interesting thing was this whole narrative of Naya Kashmir floated by the media. So a lot of media people were floating this thing about this, Naya Kashmir development. All of that is fine, but there is this other Kashmir as well. It's not just this new Kashmir that suddenly got built and was being promoted or whatever. I mean, there are Kashmiris who have.
So Nasir, this what Chinky is talking about, they also wanted to break the silence. The silence was there. Do you think it will be even louder in the assembly polls if they happen in September?
Yeah, I think this voting, the large scale voting which took place during these elections, this is also an indication of a changing times in Kashmir. There was no fear. People came out to vote in the large numbers. It's also a message to sort of a message from the people how you will react to this voting, whether this was the kind I was talking to yesterday to a political leader. He was saying this voting also shows how the New Delhi will respond to it, whether the current policies will continue or they will respect this vote and go for an easing of a bit in Kashmir. So they'll say this voting has from the rest of the country and from J&K, the voting has a different meaning. So how it will be responded by the center, it has to be seen.
Okay.
There was also one other interesting thing that we noticed was these candidates, so a lot of them were coming from the spiritual leadership background. So Omar Abdullah even said in a rally that humko ruhani taqat bhi chahiye. So it's a very interesting pattern to see, because religion has played a big role in the politics of this country for a long time now. And Aga Ruhullah, who's kind of like winning maybe in Srinagar, we don't know it yet, but he's also coming from a spiritual leader background, and Nasir knows more about this, but that's what we saw. And I think one more constituency the leader was like that. So I think there was also this sense that religion has kind of taken a front seat in Kashmir again, and I think things have changed a lot. And I don't know, a lot of people were also saying that they were very scared. In fact, Wahid Para, who's the Srinagar candidate from PDP, was also jailed. He was in solitary confinement, and he talked about the release of political prisoners as well in his rally. And in fact, the most interesting thing he said was this healing touch. I think that was the politics of PDP earlier, before it kind of disintegrated. But this whole thing of not focusing on the winning per se, but also kind of talking about things that people go through, right? You get picked up, you disappear, nobody kind of talks about all this. So this time we actually thought the rallies, they echoed these kinds of sentiments as well, and coming from the political leaders. So for us, it was important to also do that issue, which is taking into account common people's voices. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so we'll keep tracking, of course, the fortunes of Mr. Abdullah and Ms. Mufti. We'll come back to maybe later in the day, Nasir. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's go. Hello and welcome to Outlook Live again. We have with us Shaina joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Are you in Kochi right now, Shaina?
Yeah, I'm in Kochi.
Kochi, sorry. Are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So it looks like.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so from now, I mean, it's still early days, but what it looks like, it may be the first seat for the BJP in Kerala. Suresh Gopi is, I think, leading quite handsomely from Thrissur.
True.
So, so this could be the first seat for the BJP in Kerala.
Yeah, of course. This is the first seat for the BJP in Kerala. And one thing that I wanted to mention, this victory of Suresh Gopi is not a surprise to the journalists who were in the field right from the beginning of the campaign. For example, when I was traveling in Thrissur, one thing which I found that Suresh Gopi contested in 2019 and he lost, but he didn't leave Thrissur. He was very much there in Thrissur since 2019 and he was working with the people and he was doing a lot of things there. I mean, there are contentions like whether he was doing charity, this thing, whether it is the actual politics, but that they are all debatable.
So at least he was there. He was there in the constituency.
He was there. He was there. And one thing which I watched even before the candidacy of the V.S. Sunil Kumar of LDF and the Muralidharan of UDF was announced. Even 6 to 7 months before that, Suresh Gopi had actively started campaigning. And I found that, in fact, BJP actually deployed a lot of youth in the field, and they were even trying to bring the people working in other countries, like the expats, to come on the day of polling and to cast their vote. So BJP had done a very, a very commendable work to gather all their votes possible. And when we analyze the ongoing trend, one thing we have to understand that Muralidharan of UDF, of Congress, the son of late Congress leader K. Karunakaran, he is trailing behind in the third place. And we have to understand from the first trend, in the early trends, we have to understand that there is a huge erosion of Congress votes. Which went to the BJP, went to in fact, Suresh Gopi.
That is the one constituency of Thrissur. The other, the one which is going up and down is Shashi Tharoor's. That is a bit surprising. Or is it not for you from the ground when you saw in Thiruvananthapuram?
Even that is not very surprising to me. As we have reported a couple of times in Outlook, there was a very strong anti-incumbency factor against Shashi Tharoor. Shashi Tharoor was an MP for 3 terms there, and there were complaints from the side of the people that Shashi Tharoor was not accessible to people. He was not even available over phone. I mean, like personally speaking, even for journalists, he was not that available. Like a parliament member in Kerala, generally he is very much there among the people, and everybody can make a call to an MP or an MLA.
Yeah, but I know that he used to go there very often. I mean, he did spend a lot of time in the constituency. See, apart from this, the question is, BJP has been trying so hard, for so long to make inroads through the RSS shakas, through various other means. So here right now in this election, it seems like finally there are some results of that. So apart from these individual constituencies, like Thrissur and Thiruvananthapuram, you've travelled, a lot more in Kerala in other areas. In fact, the story that you read about how the RSS has made inroads in so many remote areas in tribal regions. Do you want to talk a little bit about that in the last, couple of decades, in the last decade particularly?
Of course, this is a gradual thing for BJP. They gradually won, because in the last election, for example, in 2019, if we look at assembly-wise data, we can see that at least in 7 constituencies, BJP came in the 2nd place. So this is a gradual growth for BJP. So this time, actually, they were focusing on 5 constituencies, but towards the final phase of the campaign, they were actually focusing on these two constituencies, Thiruvananthapuram and Thrissur.
Right.
So there was a gut feeling for everybody that these two constituencies, BJP would be able to make it this time.
The other story, I mean, apart from BJP doing well in these two constituencies, the other story is Congress. Where does Congress go from here? What is, because Kerala has also had this fluctuating Congress left government coming and going. But the Congress performance, I mean, what do you make of that?
See, Satish, even though Kerala is a state that support a UDF and LDF for every alternate 5 year, historically speaking, Kerala is a state that support Congress for every parliament election. When it comes to the case of a parliament election, the voters of Kerala go for Congress in general because it is like to defeat BJP, they vote for Congress.
Right.
Maybe for the next assembly election, they might be voting for
you think
LDF.
So? Okay.
Yeah. So, not next time. I am generally saying that it is not like
it
if
could,
there is a
it is a
parliament
possibility.
election. Yeah. So, for the people, this is highly a political vote in Kerala. People do vote for Congress to get a change in the center. The same has happened in 2019, and there was this Rahul Gandhi factor. And also, even though Congress is very lucky in Kerala because as an opposition party, actually Congress was not doing anything. As a person reporting from Kerala, I can say that.
Okay.
But even though they don't do anything, there are certain seats which are very, very strong base of Congress. Like
With the
like
legacy they
Wayanad, for
have.
example.
They're from the
Of
legacy.
course, like Wayanad, for example, Ernakulam, and all the seats of Muslim League, IUML. The IUML leaders, it doesn't matter whether they come to the constituency or not,
Okay.
but it's a very strong base.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the big story right now in Kerala from Kerala is that BJP may get its first seat from the state. Who knows? Maybe even two if Shashi Tharoor trails even more. So that's the story right now from Kerala.
There is one more story, Satish. I think the left should take a cue from this because when I was traveling, I could feel that there was an anti-incumbency factor. Anti-incumbency, even not against the government in general, but it was an anti-incumbency against the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan. So there was a strong anti-Pinarayi Vijayan feeling, which we could feel in the field. Which I think now it is true that when I was
So in the when the assembly elections happens, that they have to be even more careful about this.
Yeah. The left has to take a cue from this. That's what I think.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shaina. Thank you. Maybe later in the day we'll come back to you again. Thank you for this update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we are in a makeshift Outlook newsroom. And I am here with the creative head of Outlook, Romana Manpreet, and also Vikram, who is a photographer. They both have traveled extensively during this election season. So I wanted to ask them how it is to visually represent elections, you know, to experience it, like from experiencing it live on the field and then, you know, transforming it into pictures and videos for, you know, our print and as well as our online platform. So what was the experience like?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's like a festival, you know, the biggest democracy in the world. And being out there in the field, we get to experience it firsthand. The color, the excitement, the energy, the music. So traditionally we're photographers, but we also do video now.
Yeah.
So that's opened up a whole new perspective to it, because Indian elections are very audible, you know. And now all these parties have songs. So you go to a different state, there'll be a regional song in their language preaching to them, and the music is pretty
catchy,
exciting. So I mean, it's like a huge party.
Okay.
And every place you go to, the party changes, the people changes, the flavors change. So fantastic. Couldn't be better.
Lovely. And Romana, you traveled to Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu, and of course, there were, like, you went to big rallies there, and the DMK rally and their song, you know, was major part of the rallies. How was it to, you know, experience it firsthand, and also, like, what went behind, you know, like creating videos? What were your thought process and stuff?
Yeah, first we had a very interesting experience is that the person who was helping us there in Tamil Nadu, she said that we are going to a meeting, and me and Chinky we were ready for a meeting, and then we were taking like some kilometers outside Coimbatore, and we suddenly realized this rally. So in Tamil Nadu they call rally a meeting.
Okay.
So we didn't take our cameras, nothing. So we were there, and now we don't know what to do. So we basically then we had to improvise and shoot on phone and whatever, however we could manage. But it's a great atmosphere, and I think more importantly, you know, how Outlook looks at news is slightly more different than regular news organizations. We are more in depth, and also we look at like different point of views, and we are not until we are not running a column, we are not giving gyan to people. We are just reporting, and we are like what Chinky keeps saying in our office is show, don't tell. So I think that makes it more challenging in some ways to photograph, because stories can be little not easy to illustrate. So that's why we use a lot of artworks and illustrations also. So it brings its own challenge, and also with video there's another different challenge, and so but it all becomes also a lot of work, but it also makes it very interesting. And like as Vikram mentioned, with with music from different places, and suddenly realize that these are really well done songs, and all this is very, and how everything is done to kind of catering to the audience basically.
Okay, I have one last question. So right now we live in the era of like social media, and everyone has their personal phones, and everyone kind of claims to, you know, to do photography and things like that. How does it feel to like kind of, you know, differentiate and like also like work and print? So yeah, like.
So I have always held this view that India is a very we're a very visual country, but we are not. I'm sorry, might get a lot of flack for it, but we are not very visual literate people. So people take a lot of pictures, but the value of images is not seen in the same like relationship. So it's like but it's a different outlook, because Chinky herself is a very visual person. So there you get a lot of prominence, a lot of effort is made to, and is spent on, and time is spent on the right kind of imagery, right kind of visuals. So that actually again creates its own challenges, and also, but that's where how any photographer would want to be seen in a place like that.
Makes sense. And one last question. I know I already said, but what would be like a good shot for you? Like, how would you define a good shot?
I think there's no particular, like it has to connect, like, when you look at that, any photograph, you need to feel something, you need to, it needs to communicate something to you. Or not just communication, but it's more like a feeling thing.
Yeah.
I think that is the more telling thing than anything. I mean, there are actually probably billions of photographs shot every day, but the still, like, when you see a good photograph, it's a good photograph.
Yeah. Vikram, would you like to add anything?
I agree. I mean, it's totally that you have one frame to tell a whole story. And video is you have 100 frames a minute. So there's a lot more scope. But for an image, also coming back to social media, the visual medium is everywhere now.
Yeah.
So it's more of a challenge for us as professional photographers to find that one frame that tells a story.
Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So we were with Romana, Manpreet and Vikram. Thank you so much for coming live with us. And stay tuned for more.
Hello and welcome to Outlook Live. We are now about nearing 3 o'clock, and the numbers that we have right now seem to be around BJP is hovering around NDA is hovering around 300 the 300 mark, and the opposition alliance is about 226 225. That is at 3 p.m. On 4th of June. So that's where we are right now. We are joined today here by Mr. Aditya Nigam. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Aditya Nigam, as you all know, he's a political scientist, has written many books. He was formerly with CSDS. And we, of course, my colleague Abhik is here with me, whom we have been discussing since the morning. So, Aditya ji, how is it looking in the sense that, from the, it seemed that, the first three phases went in a certain way. And then suddenly, when there was talk about the NDA not doing so well, the BJP being on the back foot, etc. And then the tide seems to have changed, at least in the media and in the discourse. That it's come back. How do these results look to you now from what you've been analyzing? Is it too much to what you had thought it would be like, or is it a surprise to you?
No, I'm not actually at all surprised, because the channels that I had been watching, which were mainly the Hindi YouTube channels, they more or less got the drift of where the election was going, despite whatever was going on in the mainstream electronic media. And more or less from the very first phase itself, first round itself, they were very clear that the drop in percentage of vote polled was largely going to affect the BJP, because it was within BJP ruled states, BJP dominant areas, and that the overall trend, which was continued in the second phase also. The third phase, more or less, as Yogi Adityanath put it, was more or less a draw between the two. But in the first two, they actually lost in terms of seats. That's the people who have actually been kind of watching elections closely over the years, and people who are reporting from the ground. So I was not actually at all surprised. What you are saying about it moving further from the third phase onwards, becoming even more consolidated, I think that part has helped in the sense that by that time the pall of fear had also broken. People were much more openly talking about issues and things. And the calculation which they had initially probably been trying to implement last two elections, and that they spread it out over a long period to benefit the BJP, this time perhaps it went against.
Didn't work, exactly. Yeah.
But this recalibration by various parties, not only the BJP, even the opposition, the India bloc, was it very visible to you in their campaigning style, in the speeches they made in the last few phases? Was there a discerning, say, a certain narrative was being, talked of?
Yeah, I would say the narrative actually started shifting from the Delhi elections 2020, where the AAP campaign it determinedly stayed out of stepping onto their 80 versus 20. Their continuous effort over the past so many decades, in fact, has been to divide the electorate into 80-20, which would be the ideal situation for them.
Yeah.
And then it was replicated with the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar, very narrowly lost because of the last minute marginal seats, especially with the postal ballots suddenly being brought in at the end. Then replicated very successfully in Karnataka, and of course Bengal has always had its own separate, they've not really got into this Hindu-Muslim thing in a very big way, whether it was TMC, Congress and left really don't matter right now, but yeah. So I think that was consolidated also after Rahul Gandhi's Nyaya Yatra, Bharat Jodo Yatra and the Nyaya Yatra. That in a way, Congress, which was the crucial player here, has learnt a lesson. In the past, Congress would have actually stepped into it each time the provocation was made.
Yes.
If you remember the Gujarat election, the only reason why the rapists of Bilkis Bano were released was to turn the election into a referendum on 2002 again, once again. And in a way they kind of succeeded, partially succeeded, because the opposition, the new opposition, let's say AAP, was very small, and the Congress there did exactly what they were expected to.
In fact, this what you mentioned about 2020 Delhi elections with AAP, one sees that whenever, in whichever state, the opposition, whether it is the Congress or any other regional party to the BJP, it does not get into the turf of BJP, does not get into this Hindutva narrative, for instance, and fights its own, has its own story to tell, of say unemployment in Bihar, for instance, of corruption in Karnataka for election, in the Bombay elections, in the assembly election. There, the opposition, whichever, like I said, whether it's a Congress or a regional party, does seem to do well. I mean, it can take on the BJP in those states as long as they don't fight them on these areas.
Yes. So, and in fact, that is where, sorry.
I'll just add to it once that since Aam Aadmi Party's, the politics, actually what welfareist politics that Aam Aadmi Party started, that was a transition from what actually BJP was doing and then was followed by different parties. But one thing I will add to that in some cases this welfareist politics worked. In the last assembly elections, if we look, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and others, in some cases it didn't. Why is it happening? Like on one case it's is working, in the other case communal politics is working. What do you think, sir?
No, I think there is a problem with the way in which AAP went about it later. And I'm specifically referring to AAP because they, starting off with a very correct premise and focusing on education, health, water, electricity, eventually kind of got swayed into stepping into their turf in a different way by trying to do the soft Hindutva number. Now that is not, and they saw after Gujarat that actually that was a voters base they could not dent. They have not been able to dent it even in Delhi. After so many years of rule, Kejriwal being falsely put under arrest and so on, if they are still going to win 7 seats in Delhi, then obviously it shows a failure of that. And I think the real mistake AAP has made is to completely excise politics from its campaign. Only Sanjay Singh probably the only one who talks politics. Rest of them are always only talking about Bijli, Pani, Sadak and so on and so forth, which is actually not enough. If you have to take the BJP on, it also has to be, and politics meaning not in Hindu-Muslim terms, politics meaning there are so many other
exactly.
Right now.
So in this context, I'll just add one thing. As you were saying, this depoliticization, that sort of depoliticization is an effort by Aam Aadmi Party that we have seen. So what is the alternative then? Because if on one hand, except Sanjay Singh, nobody has been talking about it, the specific politics of the country, in case of Aam Aadmi Party. In case of Congress, when we found out, definitely there is some political agenda and other things that have been spoken about. But still there is somewhere or other, this whole thing is reduced to giving freebies, what they're calling freebies, and giving specifically 8,500 rupees a month and all these things. So how is it actually playing? Is it going to, because the talk of job generation, inflation, GDP, these are not the things that are coming into actually discussion.
As issues.
Right. I think actually on that, I've noticed in some of Rahul's speeches, he actually made quite an impact. So while he was talking about giving so much money directly into the accounts and so on, he didn't stop there. In fact, in one of his speeches, I think in Lucknow, he was very clear that this money will give you more to spend, which will actually increase demand, which will actually lead to more industry, more growth of. And the emphasis, of course, very importantly, was on medium and small industries. But the thing is, and that's where employment is. Employment is not in the big sector. And with AI now, it's even reducing further. So really, if you're talking of employment, you're talking of medium and small enterprises. And that, because of his continuous focus, on GST, and the wrong way in which GST was implemented is how he puts it. And the other thing is that the fact that you have completely been the purchasing power, your disposable income has completely been taken away from you.
Eroded, yes, that's
So
true.
this is a way of actually
Getting that
replenishing,
back.
yes, so
Yeah.
that you have more
Got it.
purchasing power in your hand. I think that somewhere he's actually made that connection, which in a sense AAP did not.
AAP did not, yeah.
Right?
There
I
was
think
this
politics of economics
politics,
is also important.
yeah, politics of economics
You know,
is
the
yeah.
other big story, I think, as of now, I mean, it may all change, it's still early days, but as of now, the other big story from today's results is this, that, you know, the southern states, the south of the country, still remains a citadel which the BJP is not able to penetrate. You know, they may win, I think, after a long time, one seat in Kerala. I think Thrissur, you know, Suresh Prabhu is, I think, was leading last I saw by quite a few seats. But even then, apart from that, in Tamil Nadu, we'll come to Karnataka a little later. That's a different story. But you know, the southern states are still holding out.
Right.
They are not, despite lot of effort by the RSS, by the BJP to penetrate into even tribal areas, far-flung villages. But how do you read that in that sense?
See, I think the South is a different country. If you ask me, we are just historically there together. It's a different country because starting from language, linguistic, cultural ethos, and so on, from the eating habits, from what you eat. I mean, it's different in Bengal also, but I think it is much less amenable to this kind of upper caste, Brahminical, North Indian Hinduism.
Also because of such strong Dravidian and Dalit movements from those areas.
Yes. So the Dravidian movement is a very important part so far as Tamil Nadu is concerned.
Yeah.
But in case of Kerala, for example, the lower caste movements have been very strong. The left also has had a contribution to make in that sense. But for example, come on now. When you try to go and tell the people of Kerala that Onam is about Vamana,
then definitely it's
going to work.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a festival where actually Bali Raja comes to his meet his former subject.
And Aditya, Onam, was in Kerala with such a mixed religious, composition. Everybody celebrated Onam.
Yes, you transform it into a kind of upper caste Brahminical Hindutva discourse, it's not going to work. So that's, I think, what has happened in most of the southern states. Karnataka is a weak link here.
Yeah, it's a different state actually. I mean, again, compared to Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, also Karnataka is a little. I mean, it's borders with Maharashtra.
And
there's a lot of.
And because of Lingayat votes, one of the major factors that always because the strongman, BJP's strongman B.S. Yadurappa's emergence was dependent on this Lingayat politics. And last time when even Karnataka Assembly elections, it was because BJP didn't give enough emphasis on B.S. Yadurappa that the situation certainly changed. This time even we can see, we don't have the data yet. When CSDS will come up with the data, we'll get to know that whether Volkiga and this whole Lingayat community have voted for Vajpayee. So there lies, and except that, what are the other things in Karnataka that you think that BJP certainly gained?
No, this is where BJP was successful actually. Lingayats were the ones, 12th century, they break away from mainstream Hindutva. They break away on the question of caste. The success lies in having got them back in a certain sense into the fold. So that is something which it's unstable. I'm not saying that they're going to be permanently successful with this, because Lingayat identity itself is quite strong and there is a kind of pull to the other direction also. But I think over the years, I believe in coastal Karnataka, they've been very active. They've also kind of used this anti-Christian, anti-Muslim. Now, large parts of Karnataka are quite cosmopolitan actually.
Exactly,
So in fact, this Lingayat question also, I think they have actually, they have ridden on the leaders. There are a few, like Yedurappa and a few others.
Right.
I don't think even in those regions, the common people have that kind of a connect, with the right wing party really. But in coastal Karnataka, definitely yes. They have a, there is, I think they are very strong.
And it's been decades of work without any challenge. The main problem is that wherever there has been no challenge over the years, you see, we have left it. I mean, I'm talking of a larger we. It's not any particular party, but they have been working at it in these regions for a very, very long time, poisoning young men, and their strategy is to poison young minds. Yeah, they get them very young.
Is it because that coastal Karnataka has a formidable minority population that it is possible for them to do it? Because this wherever there is religious minority in formidable population, if we look at Uttar Pradesh with 20% population, Bengal 27%, in coastal Karnataka there is huge percentage. So is it like that they need that otherization for like?
It could be. It's possible because actually there is at some point it also becomes a struggle over resources, right? It becomes, it can be at least presented the way Modi did in his speeches. Was not funny. I mean, we may laugh at it, but it was actually, that they will take away ek bhais leke udhar de denge. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Exactly.
But it was playing on the same kind of.
And coastal Karnataka also, it's quite complex. The minority question. There are a whole lot of. It's not a homogeneous.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Muslims who are very well off. Who are wealthy, who are the traders. Who are who employ the Hindus as labor, etc. So it's quite a complex thing because their trade goes back a long way. With the Muslim traders there. So but then the results in these elections are, it's not exactly. I mean, it's not what the exit polls predicted or what the
not at all. Not at all. In that,
it's gone that also way. In some ways, has shown that this can only work so much. Maybe.
Yes. I think Karnataka is still very hopeful because there is a lot of, the shift from to 2019 is what we have to look at in terms of the parliament election.
Exactly.
And in a sense, the defeat of BJP in the assembly elections has had that impact at least.
True.
So
and even perhaps Mallikarjun Kharge belonging to Karnataka, that even affected, I believe, a Dalit leader from Karnataka leading Congress, that even affected, I guess.
But we thought that Maharashtra and Karnataka are going to be the so-called swing states, let's say, which are going to decide. But that has turned out to be quite true. But the other addition to it is Uttar Pradesh.
That is something very interesting.
I mean, that is the most interesting result, really, for me. I don't think anybody gave Akhilesh this kind of,
Yes, that's even, because it was some way or other, it was totally Yogi Adityanath's huge popularity as it has been portrayed.
Two big developments have taken place in UP, which, or rather three. The third one is a slightly more subterranean level. The first one, of course, with the farmer struggle among the Jats, who were 2013 onwards, after the Kairana riots. They were thoroughly communalized, and the last election they had voted for the BJP. This time, after the farmer struggle, and the entire Jat belt, so to speak, both Western UP and Haryana turned totally against them. Now, with RLD's dilly-dallying and kind of playing along with the BJP and so on, it dissuaded some section of Jat voters to the extent that they did not go and vote at all, but they would not vote for the BJP. That was one big thing. The second thing was, and this is very interesting again, initially I thought the Rajput revolt inside UP.
Yes.
So in Kerala they had, and a couple of other places, they had their Mahapanchayats where they publicly, openly said we will took a vow to defeat the BJP.
They will not support,
Yes. To the extent, now first initially somebody told me, and I was kind of inclined to take that seriously, that this Rajput thing is also partly egged on by Yogi. But when asked directly who they would vote for after the Kairana Mahapanchayat, they said we'll vote for Ikra Hassan. Now that is not a Yogi supporter.
Yes. That's the case. That's the case.
So that was actually something else, something deeper had shifted.
Absolutely. In the whole elections, I think this, as opposed to 2019, another big story is that how it is these local issues in various states which have mattered far more than some big
instead of any meta narrative, like they couldn't build up.
See, my friend Nakul Sahni, who runs this Chalchitra Abhiyan, and they have been kind of documenting the whole Western UP political scene from 2005 when he made Muzaffarnagar Baki Hai onwards. He I have been talking to him through this campaign, etc., and his point was that uh, uh, these, even in the hardcore of the West UP Jat belt, issues of Delhi's AAP government have actually caught the imagination of the people there. They want better education, they want hospitals and so on and so forth. They're not satisfied with this. So
Yes.
Ikra Hassan was actually raising these issues. She was not getting into any of the other, she was raising local, but these are not just local issues. I mean, these are also issues which go beyond the immediate, my road, my...
It has resonance beyond the special limitation of it.
And the third undercurrent in UP, which was more of an undercurrent, but which happened mainly after the election, the constitution scare, after this statement by BJP leaders that if we get 400,
they will change the constitution.
That actually created a strong scare, if you could use that word, among the Dalit and backward.
So it reached actually marginalized communities.
It did. I mean, those speeches went apparently circulated throughout. These days, WhatsApp circulation.
Aditya, I think we are ending the near of our time. But I want to ask you, what happens now? If this is roughly what it will end at, say 300 odd for NDA.
And even opposition has sort of 240, 230 opposition.
And
so
it's like we don't know yet, and say BJP is say around 240, does not nowhere near 272, the majority mark. How do you foresee with the new government to be, what are the changes that will happen, from the last 5 years?
See, at one level it's too early to say because as far as the opposition is concerned, we know that a government which is dependent on allies, an NDA government which is dependent on allies, which is where BJP does not have its own majority, will of course cannot replicate what it did in the last 2 terms. But I think we have to watch the next 24 hours because knives should be out in BJP itself. Now that his position is weakened, and there has been a building resentment against the Gujarat lobby, i.e. the two, the two in charge here, and there is actually nobody worth the name left.
So you think that the troubles within the BJP might, each one's those factions may sort of start raising their voices, and also the allies, who are partnering with them, they'll also be, they'll be stronger now they're not going to be these timid allies.
Yeah, they will certainly be stronger, but I will be actually more interested in knowing what, the non-Gujarat leaders of the BJP who have been sidelined have the backing of the RSS. I mean, RSS leaders are themselves quite pissed about the fact that in the 10 years this man never found the time to go and meet them. He generally sidelined them also. This was the first time. After the first round, when he realized that things were getting bad, was when he in 10 years for the first time he tried to go and meet these people, and obviously
all those will start to rise.
I think something has to. How it will shape up, we don't know. People are saying they might prop up Gadkari and so on, but I don't know. That is
a matter of speculation.
Too speculative. Yes.
Thank you very much, Aditya. You have anything to add?
No. Thanks a lot. We are running out of time. Thanks a lot.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Always
Always look for your such insights. Thank you so much.
It was so nice.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Outlook Live again. We have with us Nidhi Sinha, editor of Outlook Money. The other big story, Nidhi, apart from the political ups and downs of today's result day, has been the stock markets.
Yeah.
The markets which were rallying so high, but really zooming in the last few days. And run up to the elections and even before. Of course, they've all crashed today. It's I think down about 6% now.
Yeah.
So, how do you read this? Is it just a direct reaction to what is happening in the counting, in the results?
Yeah, so typically, Satish, what happens is on the same day of the election results, the market does react to the whatever the results are. But if you look at the long term, historically, it has been seen that the effect wanes as time goes by. So like at Outlook Money, we always say that when you are in the stock market, stay there for the long term. In fact, historical numbers also show that whenever a majority government is in, then the stock market does well for at least six months. Of course, there have been exceptions. Like 2019 was an exception because COVID came in soon after. But usually that happens. And this time, of course, there was a surprise. People were surprised about India Alliance doing so well, and that's why people were. In fact, Amit Shah said that the markets will rally on June 4th and all of that. So people were in very high spirits. So this came as a shock to the market, because of which it's down almost 4,600 points now, more than 6%, like you said.
Because it is also said that the markets really discount the elections a lot. It's not as if there is a direct correlation to Indian election, whether it's an assembly election or the national election. So is it like some kind of a correction on the downside, and which will soon maybe be rectified?
So not really. Like I said, that on the election day, the market will react to such shocks.
Whether on the upside or the downside.
Yeah, any big event that happens, the market does react to it, and that is how it has reacted today. But when it comes to long-term investing or the long-term direction of the market, then there is no real need for worry, because the macroeconomic factors remain strong for India in terms of growth numbers and other factors in terms of policy changes. And now that though the results are still to be out, more or less it seems that NDA will cross the halfway mark.
I mean, much reduced strength, but
much
looks
reduced,
like, this is
but
as
there
of now,
would be some kind of continuity is what is appearing as of now. So by that logic, the markets might remain volatile for some time, because it's not a clear majority like it was expected. But it will go back on track. It is volatile. Markets are volatile. So.
But in a growing economy like ours, in a developing country with the economy growing the way it is, our markets have also expanded, isn't it? I mean, they have much more broad base now. A lot of people are investing. The sheer number of retail investors, I think, it has grown tremendously. So is that that is also a stabilizing factor?
So, see, Satish, what happened after COVID? I'll go back to COVID, because that is the time when a lot of retail investors kind of entered the market. People who were not investing in equities earlier, they suddenly saw merit in investing in the stock market, and they entered this domain. So, apart from, of course, there are domestic institutional investors like mutual funds and other big investors. But the retail strength has also kind of, added a lot of strength to the market in terms of the volume of the market.
Yeah.
So definitely retail investors will, the hope is that retail investors will continue to save, and they will continue to be in the market, because that kind of, they have a lot of trust in the market. Of course, they have to be wary about it also.
Yeah.
And those are the nuances, of course. But in general, people have kind of understood that, stock markets is where they can really make money.
Because, the next question I wanted to ask is that, the small investor, for him, I know it's good advice that you're giving, that, who, if you are in the market, be invested, don't, sort of do any knee-jerk reaction. But, for a small investor, it is quite scary. I mean, it sends a chill when there's a 6% drop, So, how would he, how would he or she should react?
So, I agree with you, Satish, that it can be scary, especially for investors who are new to the market. But what remains a fact is that markets are volatile, and in during events and such highs and falls of the markets, the best thing to do is to do nothing. and especially if you are invested in the long term. And people who have kind of short term goals, they, of course, I'm assuming that they would be in FDs and other debt instruments instead of being in the market being so volatile, because you can never trust your money if you need it, say 6 months later, 1 month later,
Yes.
or in the stock market.
Yeah.
So that is something that people have to keep in mind. They have to, of course, it also gives an opportunity to a lot of investors to kind of invest some amount of money because the markets are at low level. But I would also want to add that they should do that only after looking at their portfolio requirements, when they need money next, and all of that. And asset allocation is something that is very important to look at,
And
because you do not want
Yeah.
excess equity in your portfolio in the long term.
And I think in Outlook Money is one advice that you always keep giving to the small investor is maybe take the mutual fund route rather than the direct.
So I would say continue to do your SIPs, stay
Yeah.
invested. If you have extra and you think you don't need that money for anything else, top up your SIPs. And if you are entering the stock market, be very, very seek advice. And if you're doing it on your own, maybe stick to just large caps for now.
Okay, so I think the one or two main takeaways, from this little discussion is that the advice to the small investor is to stay invested. Don't get, no knee-jerk reaction to these ups
Absolutely.
and downs like this. Of course, as I said, it is scary, but hang in there.
Yeah.
And you're saying that the fundamentals are strong, the economy is growing,
Yeah.
and hopefully, what we have lost today should be gained in a few sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a maximum in a few weeks we would again we might see, because experts have been saying that, so many analysts have been saying that, because markets are robust. It's just an event-based reaction that has happened today, what we see today, and if there is continuity in the government, I mean, it could well come back to the levels it was at.
That's great to hear. That's good news for the small investor. Do stick to Nidhi's advice. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you
over,
so
Nidhi.
much.
And
Thanks a lot,
Thank you
Satish.
so much.
Welcome to Outlook Live. I'm here with Vikram Raj today. So Vikram, you travel to a lot of places like the northern region of Rajasthan as well as Haryana. So could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the northern parts of Rajasthan?
When I went there in Rajasthan, तो वहाँ पे कई सारे ऐसे मुद्दे थे जो कि भाजपा एड्रेस नहीं कर रही थी खास करके, जिसमें से एक मुद्दा पानी का था। वहाँ पे एक बहुत पुरानी नहर बनाने की बात चल रही है और वो पॉसिबल नहीं हो पा रहा था। तो और कांग्रेस ने काफ़ी ज़्यादा उस इशू को एड्रेस किया। इस वजह से मैं जिन भी सीट्स पे गया था नॉर्दर्न राजस्थान के, वहाँ पे नागौर को अगर छोड़ दे तो अभी तक का जो अनुमान ये लग रहा है कि वहाँ पे कांग्रेस जीत रही है। इसके साथ ही हरियाणा में ये हुआ कि हरियाणा में मैं जिन सीट्स पे गया था तो उन सारे सीट्स पे कांग्रेस जीत रही है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे भी सेम केस था, क्योंकि जो भाजपा है वो फार्मर्स के मुद्दों को एड्रेस नहीं कर रही थी वहाँ पे मैं जब रोहतक में गया तो वहाँ पे कई सारे मुझे अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ मिले जिन्होंने बताया था कि वो कुश्ती लड़ते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद इस वजह से कुश्ती लड़ने में उनकी लाइफ निकल जाती है और फिर उसकी वजह से उन्हें एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं मिल पाता है, जो कि पहले अग्निवीर योजना से पहले उन्हें मिल जाया करता था। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा हो सकता है कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस जो है वो 5 सीटों पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा टक्कर दे रही है भाजपा को।
और कुछ अगर आप फार्मर्स के बारे में बता पाए हरियाणा की सिचुएशन।
हरियाणा के फार्मर्स के साथ क्या है कि वो उनका ये कहना है कि एमएसपी ऑन पेपर तो अवेलेबल है, लेकिन एमएसपी उन्हें मिल नहीं पा रहा है। हम सिरसा में थे, वहाँ हम कुछ किसानों से मिले जो लोग पिछले 26 दिनों से वहाँ बैठे हुए थे सरसों की अपनी बोरियां लेकर के, और उन्हें एमएसपी नहीं मिल पा रहा था, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने एमएसपी का जो पूरा मामला है उसे ऑनलाइन कर दिया है, और ये सारे जो किसान हैं उसमें से कई ऐसे किसान हैं जो अशिक्षित हैं, तो वो उस प्रॉब्लम को वो समझ नहीं पा रहे थे, वो जो ऑनलाइन सिस्टम है उससे।
थैंक यू विक्रम।
Hi, welcome to Outlook Talks, and we have Indranil, the CEO, and Shrutika, who's the marketing head, with us, just to talk about the challenges of running a small newsroom, which is also print. So Indranil, if you want to talk about your experience and how you have, Outlook has completed 29 years, and what all you have seen in this much time, and how challenging it is to be in this space right now.
So yeah, I've in Outlook in Delhi for the last 12 years, and in this 12 years I've seen 2 general elections. So this one is particularly different because we had set up an objective. The objective was that we will travel across the country, our reporters will travel across the country, they will report from various locations, only report from locations, no opinionated columns. So therefore it was great fun, and we, over the last 2 months, I think everybody has put in a dramatic amount of effort, and it actually came out so interesting that by the end of today, we all are together, we are reporting for the entire day. Since 6 o'clock people have been in this room, and it's great fun to see everybody working together to make this work.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask Shrutika that, there are different departments in a newsroom, in a print newsroom especially, and we have adapted to the new formats as well. So your experience also, because you are the person who's responsible for everything else that goes on apart from editorial, which is totally different. So just your perspective on how things have been for you in the newsroom.
So we highlight the strength of Outlook, Chinky, again and again, and it's totally unprecedented what we've done in the past 2 months, where we have met so many candidates and been on ground. So yeah, that's what we've been highlighting throughout, that we don't pass any judgments, we only report.
No, that's and also if Indranil, you want to talk about this whole thing that people said magazine is dead and things like that, and also the fact that it's very difficult nowadays to get the budgets for travel, because a lot of this is armchair reporting happening now. But when we approached you with this thing that we want to send out reporters, you actually never said no. You just said, okay, this is there, you go.
Yeah, I very strongly believe that you have to go to the to the ground, and you have to see what's happening, because otherwise what journalism can we do sitting in the newsroom? That's one part. The other part is, yes, I know it's challenging, I know money don't come so easily, but yes, that's an investment, and I think it's great. It was a very good investment, and I think we are very happy with what we have got in the last 2 months. And yeah, I think overall it was, as I said, it was great fun, and I'm really looking forward to some great journalism in the next few weeks.
And also if you can just kind of sum up the journey of Outlook when it started in 95,
yeah.
How it was, and from then, both of you guys have been there in Outlook for a long time, so both of you guys
Sure.
can give a little bit about how Outlook has been.
Yeah, so today something which I was reminded of, and I got reminded, is that when Vinod Mehta once said that no more exit polls, and that actually came back to me again and again today, because the other day somebody asked me, why doesn't Outlook start an exit poll, and I laughed at it.
We did Reporters Guarantee.
That's right. And then suddenly, when I saw the exit poll day before and today what the results are like, everything went haywire. So I think, yeah, we have learned a lot in the last 29 years of how journalism should be done, how magazine should report. Magazine cannot behave the same way that a new television channel behaves. So therefore, I think we have adapted very nicely, beautifully rather, I would say, to a new format where there is a correlation between the magazine journalism and also online journalism, and I think that has done some great work today. I think the tech team, the SEO team today has done some brilliant work since morning. The traffic that we got since morning,
the video team, which was a new,
that's right, the video team, the traffic that we got since morning has been path breaking. So I think overall it's a very happy day for all of us, from the way that we have actually operated, and I think I must give credit to everyone in this room that they all came together, we all stood together, and we have actually delivered till now.
And Shrutika, what about you? What do you think, how the magazine has changed drastically also, in a way that what we are doing with the covers and everything else, and just you've been there for a long time, so how things have changed?
So our positioning is brilliant now, and even when I go out in the market and talk to people, the way we stand apart from all of the rut is our strength. And that's what we talk about.
And I want to add to what Shrutika just said, that the word that we continuously keep using and which people have sort of understood and bought is the credibility word. The word credibility is the most important word that has been that our consumers as well as our advertisers as well as the people that we meet, they all believe in.
And we're synonymous with it.
Yeah, so I think that's a great achievement.
No, and I
for a
think
team.
also we
Yeah.
have stepped out of that click and bait journalism.
Yeah, that's right.
So, yeah.
And a big credit to you.
Thank
so
you.
continuously holding on to the fact that
Yeah, and thank you for supporting us. I think we are not fighting, and
it's a great
we are working together. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to Outlook's Live. I'm here with Sharmita. She went for the ground reporting from Outlook in Gujarat. So, Sharmita, Gujarat has been the key battle for politics this Lok Sabha election season. So, what was your perception? What about the environment, about the youth there voting there?
So Rahat, Gujarat from the get-go, since it's Prime Minister Narendra Modi's home state, from the get-go it was very clear that the votes are going to swing towards BJP like it has been for the past 25 years. Speaking to the people there, I got the same kind of perception. Most of the people were, wanting to vote for BJP. But there were also some issues that they raised regarding unemployment, regarding inflation, which did concern them.
So if there were so many issues, like we know there has been a Modi wave in Gujarat. So after all these issues, were you able to still see this Modi wave we talk about, we see around in Gujarat while talking to the people there?
Yes, I think the Modi wave in Gujarat still stands somehow because people there are very happy with the kind of development that has taken place over, in the last 2 decades. So even though they are raising some concerns now regarding unemployment and inflation, like I said, they are still favoring the BJP because of the development that they've seen in the state.
All right. Thank you, Sharmita, for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Outlook Live. Hi Snignendu. Snignendu Bhattacharya joins us from Calcutta. So Snignendu, this is Bengal's moment in the sun. KKR wins the IPL Cup and now fantastic showing by Didi in the elections.
Yeah, actually, the results are more than what some people expected. I mean, in West Bengal, most of us journalists were more or less sure that the BJP's tally won't cross 14. And most of us journalists here who have covered this they did not take the exit polls seriously because on ground the situation did not look like a BJP sweep. So now what we can see, if we look at the larger trajectory of the state's politics, in 2014 the TMC reached its peak in terms of seat share. They won 34 seats out of 42. CPM got 2, Congress got 4, and BJP got 2 seats with 17% vote share. In 2019, TMC increased its vote share from 39 to 43, but its seat share came down from 32 to 34 to 22. And
Right.
BJP rose from 2 to 18. That's simply because the entire opposition vote consolidated in favor of BJP, allowing it to its vote share to rise to 40%. Then the BJP lost the momentum in 2021 when the TMC's vote share further increased to 48.5% and the BJP's marginally decreased to 38%. Now what we see here is that the 21 trend is largely continuing. A lot of focus was there on the recovery of left. If the left manages to recover its votes from the saffron camp. That hasn't happened the way it was anticipated to be. But irrespective of that, the BJP hasn't been able to do good because the TMC has maintained the 2021 momentum.
And that's right. Signindu, see, apart from the numbers, and the vote share, you've traveled extensively in the state, covering the elections, talking to people, talking about the local issues, what were the concerns that the voters had. So what was the impression that you got from your travels, in the sense that, there was this one analysis outside, say in Delhi and other places about West Bengal, and there was another coming from journalists like you who were on the ground, which seemed to be quite different from what others were saying. So what were the issues that you that people had in say rural West Bengal, in smaller cities, villages?
See, as I wrote in my stories in Outlook, there were some very interesting patterns. Patterns like there was a trend that in some pockets the opposition vote will split. In some pockets the opposition votes will split, which will give advantage to TMC. There were 7-8 such seats where this was the possibility, where the BJP's chances was said to be spoiled by a slight increase in left vote share. Seats like Dum Dum, seats like Srirampur, seats like there is this Hugli, Bankura, and Jadavpur. There were these seats where whatever chances the BJP might have been thinking of, it would get spoiled. So this was one trend.
No, but why?
The other trend was
why? What were the on the ground? What were the issues? What were the reason for this? That the BJP.
See, this battle was this 2024 election in Bengal was essentially a TMC versus TMC election. BJP was not that much an issue. Either people were happy with TMC's welfare schemes, with TMC's grassroots level service, or they were appalled with or angry with TMC's corruption.
Right.
So it was the question of consolidating all these anti-TMC votes in one fold. So BJP has not been able to reach that 2019 peak when they got 40% vote share.
So,
which we were anticipating that the BJP's vote share will stay around 37, 38.
So,
and what the biggest thing for Mamata Banerjee was women's vote. As we traveled, it became clear that a overwhelming majority of women were in favor of Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee,
Yeah.
and however much BJP tried to consolidate Hindu votes, polarize Hindu votes, it was sure that many Hindu women will be voting for Mamata Banerjee because schemes like Lakshmi Bhandar,
Right.
schemes like Rupashri, Rupashri, and student scholarship schemes, bicycle schemes, all those welfare schemes that help a household.
Right.
Yeah, so Snigdhan, as you were just saying that women vote have favored Mamata Banerjee, how do you think Sandesh Khali have played a role in this whole election? Because after Sandesh Khali there was like brouhaha ki that's somewhere or other women votes are going to be affected because security of women has been a question. So do you think Sandesh Khali does have any impact in this election? Because we can't see that because in Sandesh Khali itself the margin is huge now.
Yeah.
Currently.
So, Sandesh Khali, last I saw the margin was, let me just check in.
I think it's about 2 lakhs, I think.
Yeah, it was close to 2 lakh. And the current margin is 2.4 lakh.
Yeah, so that's the case. So what?
So as I also wrote in Outlook that Sandesh Khali was not going to impact. I wrote that in.
That's right. Yeah, that's what. Yes, your article said that. Yeah.
Yeah, in April. Because the main issue was land. The main issue was land grab. The main issue was the local dadagiri of TMC leaders. This narrative of mass sexual harassment of women sounded a bit doubtful right from the beginning also.
Okay.
And because the way narratives were coming, but still, since many women came up and spoke on television, there was some kind of perception that something might have happened. But after all those sting videos came up, while we don't know the authenticity of the videos, but in the public perception, the BJP's campaign got planted, and BJP possibly could have gained more by focusing on these local corruption, the land issue, the forceful land grab for fishing berries, and the kind of cut money this business was going on there. Because these issues were also happening in other parts of the state. The extent was in Sandesh Khali,
That's yeah.
In varying degrees, it was happening in.
So as you were saying that this cut money and this corruption issue has been very prominent in Bengal, and we know that in the last few years it has been prominent. Why do you think that left couldn't cut into that and manage to somewhere or other gain something out of it? This corruption issue and what is
this? This vote, the narrative again got polarized, and the left failed to break that polarization beyond, say, 786. Those seats, around 786, the left has got something around 1 lakh vote. Say 70,000 to 1 lakh vote. So in these few seats they have. Otherwise, the polarization has remained. And so what was expected out of the left, that in many places they will be able to break the polarity.
Even the campaign was showing that there was some sort of popularity that left was certainly gaining. Yeah.
It reflected in the campaign, but it did not reflect in voting. It is possible. What we see that TMC has retained its 2021 vote share almost.
Yeah.
There is slightly 1.5 percentage point drop. It was 48.5.
Yeah, also Signedu, the West Bengal saw one of the most combative campaigns. It was one of the most shrill from both sides. Mamata Banerjee being accused of appeasing the minorities, and it was quite a virulent campaign there.
Yeah.
So how has that played out in the results, you think?
I don't think that has, because this time when we were traveling, we realized that religion was not being talked about that much. It felt that some people thought that they had too much of religion in the discussion. Perhaps the religion discussion had reached a saturation point.
Okay.
But definitely BJP has, there is no mistake to commit from our end. BJP has developed a significant Hindu vote bank. Because again they have retained nearly 38% vote share. To my understanding, again, this 38% vote share, this entirely is not a Hindu vote bank. There is a chunk of dissatisfied voters who are dissatisfied with TMC,
Anti-TMC
who
voters.
As you,
as a stronger opposition. So, in the coming months, since the BJP has further lost the momentum, if the left tries to again, hit the grounds and try to take the lead in anti-TMC mobilization, there is a chance that they may be able to swing a
okay,
section of votes again.
that's
But
very interesting. That's a very interesting
But do you
point.
think this vote share of BJP, as you were saying, that mostly it has been intact, and like this thing, like isn't it the erstwhile left voters that actually in 2019, certainly even in 2021, this erstwhile left voters who actually shifted to some way or other to BJP, and that is the actual consolidation of votes that actually BJP is holding on. That is, these are the erstwhile left voters.
yes, yes, yes. And that actually, I pointed out in one of my last copies in Outlook during this election campaign that a significant number of these left voters who went to BJP just because they were the stronger anti-TMC force, they have since been part of BJP's WhatsApp groups,
Yeah.
BJP's events, and follows BJP's pages on Facebook and Twitter. So, over the past 5 years, they have consumed a lot of BJP propaganda, which has converted them into nationalist vote bank.
Yeah.
I mean, these CPIM supporters, the two very interesting statements, stories I shared in my Outlook reports, that one or two persons who were traditional left voters, which switched to BJP in 2019, they are not talking about national security for voting for BJP.
Yeah.
They said that Pakistan will create a lot of problem in India if Modi loses.
Okay.
And the other person says that I was thinking of again voting for CPM, but then I saw that their electoral manifesto says they will restore 370 in Kashmir. So these are issues on which now left voters are voting for BJP. So you
So, yeah, so actually that's an interesting point, Signendra. So you're saying that in the coming months, say, by the run up to the assembly elections, if the left parties get its cadre going, if they get their act together, there is a possibility that a lot of this, the percentage, the vote share that the BJP has seen now may dissipate and go more towards the CPIM.
they can bring BJP down 30%, lower than 30%, if they hit the streets, if they try to keep the lead. Because you see, the message from here, the message that the left should take, they should not be demoralized by the fact that Mohammed Salim, the state secretary, has lost. Has not lost, but is almost set to lose. That they will again draw a blank. They will again come to zero. That their vote share has not significantly increased. What lesson they should take is that BJP is coming down, and the only way that the left would have moved ahead again is by BJP's decline. BJP has to lose momentum for the left to rise. So they should get a momentum. They should jump on this opportunity and focus for rebuilding, in which they can increase their vote share in the 2020.
So it is a cyclical journey. The way actually left BJP grew by lefts when left was bleeding, and now if BJP bleeds, then only left will be there back. Thank you so much, Snigdhendu. So
That's a great analysis. Thank you very much. We'll try and come back to maybe later. Thank you for now.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Outlook Live. I'm here with Tanul Thakur. You recently visited Ayodhya and Varanasi. Ayodhya, of course, is from where the BJP's political project started, and it's where it's centered. And Varanasi, where Prime Minister Modi is contesting. So what were your impressions when you went, and how do they tally with what we are seeing today on counting day?
Yeah, so I went to Ayodhya 2 weeks before the Ram Temple consecration. Of course, the mood there, I mean, at least the overarching mood was very festive and all of that, was very celebratory. But I mean, the thing with Ayodhya, at least in January, was the two parts of Ayodhya. Ayodhya was, and I'm sure still is, entangled in this elaborate game of hide and seek. What Ayodhya shows, what Ayodhya hides. I mean, at one level, you could see that, you know, the air was kind of like awashed with this festive spirit, but just go a little deeper and just start talking to people, which is what I did. I figured out that, you know, this so-called like roseate story did hide some amount of darkness. I mean, I spoke to shopkeepers who said that, you know, the government decimated half of their shops in which they used to live. It tossed them a meager compensation, and a lot of them were very, very pissed. A lot of them were very pissed also by the fact that the BJP government, through the whole Ram Temple project, was trying to change the composition of the city as well. I remember talking to a priest in the Prajapati temple, and he said that, like, you know, Ayodhya will become like Goa now. He also said something which I'll never forget, which is essentially that it almost feels as if somebody draped Ayodhya a jacket of gold, but took its soul away. And you could almost sense that there was some amount of resentment that was brewing, although I think I would be lying if I said that. I mean, it would translate into what we are seeing right now, which is that the BJP is trailing, BJP's Lallu Singh is trailing there by more than 40,000 votes. I mean, this is almost, I mean, to use a phrase, I mean, this 30-year-long electoral, what do you call it, like foreplay, which has not culminated in the way a lot of BJP supporters and the BJP themselves would have thought. I mean, the Ram Temple and Ayodhya was supposed to catapult them to like higher electoral victories. It does. I mean, on the other hand, that hasn't happened. On the other hand, they seem to be losing, that kingdom itself.
So what about Varanasi? What were the issues that people were talking about, and what were the issues that they were reluctant to talk about?
Yeah, so I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, the word reluctant that you use, and I think anybody who has followed election in any capacity would have heard this phrase that this is an election of silence. That people, it's both about what people talk about, but it's also about what people do not talk about, right? So for instance, I mean, again, at like, if you like look at Varanasi, I mean, in my experience at least, like as a panoramic view, people did wax eloquent about PM Modi. They were happy that the ghats have been revamped, Assi had gotten a facelift and things like that, which was also, I mean, true. You could see that there were cosmetic changes in there. And before I come to that, there's something that I would like to point out, which was very striking to me in both Ayodhya and Varanasi, which was that both temple towns seem to follow a similar language of development, which was that you take an old like temple town or a religious place, you concentrate all your energies, development and all of that within like a kilometer of that area. You impose on it a very uniform aesthetic, say like same kinds of boards, dimensions, fonts and all of that, whether people like it or not, you know. And well, the rest of the city can well just go whatever itself, right? So that was something that was very striking to me in both Ayodhya and Varanasi. Now coming back to what people were thinking about and what they were talking about, one thing was for sure that, I mean, apart from the fact that they had gotten like this, well, like a prime candidate as their MP and all of that, and how he was trying to give the city a facelift, and you could see it in, again, like these very glitzy symbols of development, like say like a Namo Ghat, which almost has become like a promenade of sorts. I mean, it's a mini Disneyland, so to speak. So those were things. But again, like when I went to Dal Mandi, for instance, like this Muslim-dominated area in Varanasi, a lot of people just straight up refused to talk to me. I mean, you could almost see the sense of like disconcerting environment rippling through it. I mean, one after the other, they would just say that, "Huh, everything is fine. We don't want to talk to you about it," and all of that. So you could get some sense that, of course, there is a lot of discomfort. There is a lot of add to that like the whole Gyanvapi controversy and all of that, right? And what's very interesting to me is that, I mean, if you see the numbers, Narendra Modi's vote share, as of now at least, has decreased from 64% to 54%, while Congress's Ajay Rai's has increased from 14 to 41%. That says something, and it almost like kind of tallies in with the national mood of the election that's unfolding in front of us right now.
Thank you.
थैंक यू। अरे बोला तो स्टार्टिंग में, कल्विनेशन बोला, थोड़ा मिडिल क्लास मेरा मॉडेस्टी आ गया बीच में। Hi, this is Tanul Thakur.
Recording in progress.
Hi, this is Tanul Thakur, and today I am in conversation with our correspondent from Himachal Pradesh, who also covers Punjab, Mr. Ashwini Sharma. And I have with me Abhik Bhattacharya, another reporter who will ask Mr. Ashwini questions on Punjab. But before we get to that, I'll first talk about my experience in Mandi in Himachal Pradesh for a brief while, and then I'll ask a few questions to Mr. Ashwini. My experience in Mandi, it was my first time in the town, was quite something. I mean, it didn't matter which district I went to. It didn't matter whether I was up in the valley or down in the town. People only said three things: Modi ji, Modi ji, Modi ji. I mean, for like hours and hours and hours. I got so effing fed up that after like I think 6 hours, I finally found a BJP critic in Mandi. Turns out she was a 10-year-old girl. I'm like, what's happening? And it wasn't just that. It wasn't just this lack of diversity. I mean, people would talk about certain issues which you wouldn't really hear them talk about even in like say the UP hinterland and stuff like that. So they would talk about foreign policy. They would talk about how the Prime Minister of Uganda touches Modi's feet, or they would talk about like how India has attained like an exalted status internationally under Modi ji and all of that. They called him a feminist. One person called him a god, Vishwaguru, blah blah blah. Sometimes they would, with respect to Kangna, they said this, that it doesn't matter whether it's Kangna or anybody else, we will vote for Modi ji. And even for Kangna, they said this same thing at least half a dozen times, which is that she may be new to politics, but koi bhi maa ke pet se seekh ke to nahi aata. It almost, which means that like, you know, she will learn. Not everybody comes like is a scholar from their mother's womb or whatever, right? So it almost felt as if the people of Mandi, which is to say the Mandi district, were following a script that I had no clue about. They had gone to the same university, had read the same syllabus. So that was my experience in the Mandi district. Now, the thing is, the Mandi Lok Sabha constituency is huge. It covers more than half of Himachal Pradesh, spanning districts such as Manali, Shimla, Kinnaur, Lahore Spiti, where people showed black flags to Kangana Ranaut, although she and the BJP alleged that they were Congress workers and they filed a complaint with the Election Commission. So that said though, now I'll move to Mr. Ashwini, who will give us a bigger picture about things in not just Mandi, but also in the rest of Himachal. Over to you, Mr. Ashwini.
Yeah, thank you, Tanul. And I'm here from Shimla. Right now, I'm in Shimla. So I'll first give you an update what is happening right now and what is the position. You know, Himachal Pradesh is a bipolar politics, Congress and BJP. There's no other player right now. And even earlier, some parties tried, some regional groups tried to form the parties, but they did not work. Ultimately, they have to either come to the BJP or go back to the Congress. So it's a bipolar politics, and it's a Congress pitted against the BJP or BJP pitted against the Congress. So we have 4 seats, 4 Lok Sabha seats. And from 2014 to 19, the BJP has been winning all the 4 seats, and they have been talking of a hat trick even this time. And primarily it was because of the Modi factor. So Modi factor remained dominant, even if there were persons like Anurag Thakur, who is contesting for the 5th time, and he is leading with a huge number. I think 1.77 lakh votes right now. And he's leading. It's a massive. His father was Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh twice, and he, Dhumal himself, was MP for the 3 times. Right. So you started with the Mandi. So Mandi is a very peculiar constituency, as you said. It has half of Himachal.
Yeah.
It has almost 7 districts covering Shimla, Chamba, Mandi, Kullu, Kinnaur, Lahore Spiti.
Yeah.
So Mandi is a major segment with 10 assembly constituencies. 9 out of that, they are in Mandi Lok Sabha parliamentary constituency. The 1 assembly segment is in Hamirpur, where Anurag Thakur is leading. So the trend in Mandi, you have rightly assessed that it's Modi and Modi. There's no Congress there. But even in Kullu, which was strongest part of Congress, they won a lot of seats during the assembly elections, only at one assembly segment the Congress could lead. Congress means Vikramjit Singh, who was contesting, and Vikramjit Singh is son of Veerbhadra Singh, and he belongs to a royal dynasty, and he was a very potential candidate. And in one of my conversation with one of the professor of the university, he was saying even if Vikramjit Singh has lost the election, but he is hero of the elections. He fought elections very well, and Kangana Ranaut has a lot of support from the BJP, and Jairam Thakur, who belongs to Mandi, he was the first chief minister from Mandi district, and he has a lot of influence. He remained thoroughly with Kangana Ranaut. In fact, few people are saying that it was Vikramjit Singh who got Jairam Thakur pinned down to Mandi only. So Jairam Thakur did not go anywhere to ensure that it's a task given by the party that Kangana Ranaut should win at all the cost. So they have done it, right? So should I move to another constituency now?
That's a fascinating insight, Mr. Ashwini. I just have another a question about Mandi, something that you said about Vikramaditya and Veerbhadra Singh. So what my experience on the ground was that, like, of course, at one level, people were talking about Modi and all of that, venerating him a lot, a disproportionate majority. Yet, on the other hand, there were a few people who did speak very highly about the Congress Chief Minister, Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. They said that, like, he did a lot of good work during the last year's floods and all of that. Some people were also, quite reverential of Mr. Veerbhadra Singh as well. The fact that, like, he's been like 6 times Chief Minister of the state, and his son Vikramaditya has joined the politics, which meant to them that, like, there was almost like some kind of a through line that runs in the family, so to speak, right? How do you see, but now, it's close to 5 p.m. The results are almost there for all of us to see. Given all of that, how do you see that played? Like, how would you assess, say, Congress's performance and the fact that, like, it's their government which is there at the state, and you very rightly pointed that since 1985 they've been doing flip-flopping, like, between the BJP and Congress. So if you could just talk a bit about, like, Vikramaditya and the Congress's performance in this Lok Sabha, that'll be great. In Mandi, and then I'll ask you, like, a larger question about Himachal.
So I go back to February 27 when Rajya Sabha election was held in Himachal Pradesh. And 6 Congress MLA cross-voted, and as a result, BJP with only 25 MLAs against 40 of the Congress with 3 independents, they won this Rajya Sabha seat. So, in some way, few people projected it as a reason that CM was not performing well, and there was a internal problems within the party. And if I further take you back, during 2023 elections, there was a leadership fight between Pratibha Singh, Mukesh Agnihotre, and Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu somehow, because of blessings of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and with large number of MLAs, 17, 18 MLAs with him, became the chief minister. So these problems persisted, still persisted. So Rajya Sabha election, and then the government coming to a virtual collapse at one moment. It survived. That's a good thing. And then now the focus had been of the chief minister to save his government, because there were 6 by-elections also. Coming to Sukhwinder Sukhu's performance, if his performance had been very good or excellent or in the rating, he could have really won at least 1 of the Lok Sabha seat or 2 Lok Sabha seats. So his performance was also under scrutiny with the face of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the Congress campaigners did not have any face to tell that whom they are voting as a Prime Minister. But the BJP had a face to tell that here we are seeking vote for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Number 2, BJP also made an issue of disaster relief, that the distribution and the disbursement of the funds which came under the disaster relief fund from the disaster relief fund, National Disaster Relief Fund, were not fairly distributed. And the Prime Minister spoke from his stage in Mandi that I will get this distribution or wrong distribution of the money inquired. So that also reflected and how the distribution of money was done. And the Congress was saying that they have done a good job during the disaster relief, but they could not get the votes. Number two, Congress guarantee to give 1,500 rupees to the women also became an issue.
Yeah, that never happened.
There were 2-3 other guarantees like buying cow dung and milk price procurements. They were also issues against the Congress. So the Congress government's misperformance or the non-performance during these elections also became a factor in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, you're bang on about the whole Congress's non-performance, especially with respect to like the basic welfare schemes that they promised. I mean, the other things that the whole 1,500 rupee thing to women per month. I mean, I can't even like tell you how many people told me. I mean, both men and women. That's how they would start. Then they would talk about like the whole buying cow dung and milk at subsidized rates. Then they would talk about the guarantee of providing so many jobs to, I think there were 5 lakh jobs or something.
Yeah, there was another guarantee.
Yeah.
To give 1 lakh jobs in 1 year.
1 year, 5 lakhs for 5. Exactly. So I mean, so that makes me segue to the last question that I'll ask you about Himachal. Then Mr. Abhik will ask you questions on Punjab, which is that you've spoken about Mandi in fair detail. Can you just like give us a bigger picture about Himachal as a whole, as to like, you know, how do you, how surprised or how, or are you not by how the voters have like, by their preference in these 4 seats in the state?
I got it. See, Himachal Pradesh, as I was telling you, that it's a bipolar election, and Himachal Pradesh is also known for a very high literacy rate. So people in Himachal, they vote very intelligently. So they go with the national trend, unlike Punjab. In Punjab, it's a common perception that the people in Punjab vote against the trend. But in Himachal, they have been largely voting in favor of the overall trend. So they are very intelligent. They caught this sense that the Modi is going to be the face, and Modi is going to be the person leading the government, as they were the BJP campaigners have been telling. So that was a primary reason that in the Himachal Pradesh people voted very intelligently. Another thing I will tell you, Kangra, for example, Kangra, the Congress decided to send a very heavyweight person, Anand Sharma. He was a union minister. He had been in the Rajya Sabha for 3 or 4 times. And he belongs to Shimla. But you know how much votes lead which the BJP candidate has got here is amazing. 2.57 lakhs vote lead margin right now in Kangra. And Kangra is also considered as capital of Himachal Pradesh politics. Kangra is the biggest district in Himachal Pradesh, where politics, any party winning 10 to 11 seats in the assembly forms the government in Shimla. So route to the power in Himachal Pradesh comes from Kangra. So in Kangra, Congress faced very bad defeat this time. Anurag Thakur, as I told you, is leading his own performance and Modi's face, his father's influence in Hamirpur. And Shimla, we expected that Shimla will surprise. Shimla may go to the Congress because of the Apple issue and the Rahul Gandhi racking up the issue of Adani being controlling the apples and all that. But Shimla also favored the BJP because their cadres have been working very strongly on the ground, and Modi's name worked in Himachal in overall. And I will also add on to 6 bipolar assembly elections. There were people who in the Congress, they tried to dislodge the Congress, their own government, at the behest of the BJP. And the people have not accepted 4 persons who were contesting on the BJP tickets, who were rebels, who were disqualified. They have been rejected. And in 6 of the 4 assembly constituencies, the BJP lost 4 assembly constituencies, and Congress has won 4 out of 6 assembly segments.
Thanks for that.
So the Sukhu government is secure right now.
Okay, thanks for that insight, Mr. Ashwini. Now off to Mr. Abhik, who will ask you questions on Punjab.
Yeah, so Ashwini ji, hi. So Ashwini ji, the first thing that it's in Punjab that Congress and Aam Aadmi Party failed to clinch a deal, and now when it's already 5 p.m. and we are getting the results, Congress is leading around in 7 seats and Aam Aadmi Party around 3.
Three.
7 and Aam Aadmi Party 3.
Yeah.
So
and 2 independents.
And 2 independents. But BJP failed to make any dent here. So you have visited Punjab. How do you read it? How do you read what's happening in Punjab?
Sir, the day I went to Punjab, I started from Patiala, and our photographer Tribhuvan Tiwari ji, he was with me. And the first site we captured was farmers' protest against Parineet Kaur, the candidate from Patiala. She is wife of former Chief Minister Amrinder Singh. But when she went for a rally, and we in fact went to cover that rally, and there was a farmers' protest. There was a huge number of farmers with flags and slogans and all that. So as we proceeded from Patiala to Sangrur, to Bathinda, to Moga, to the borders of Taran Taran, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, and everywhere we went, and we tried to get a sense, the farmers were against the BJP. They said they blocked our way to Delhi. We wanted to go to Delhi and lodge our protest, seeking legal guarantees to the MSP, but our road was blocked, not allowed to enter. So we will not allow any member of the BJP, any candidate of the BJP to go to Delhi as a member of the parliament.
Yeah, definitely.
The primary factor.
Yeah, so definitely.
That was the primary factor.
Primary factor. So definitely it's understandable that farmers' protest had a huge impact on this. But why do you think that Aam Aadmi Party, even being in state government, couldn't even have a good result? Because it's Congress that is leading in 7 seats and Aam Aadmi Party is just in 3. So what's the reason?
So same thing as I was telling about the performance in Himachal Pradesh, just 15 months performance in Himachal Pradesh. And in Punjab, it's I think nearly 2 years or more than. I don't have that real recollect on that, how many months this government has been in power. There was a strong anti-incumbency against them. And some of the promises, and one of the promises again similar to Himachal Pradesh, giving 1,000 rupees per month to the women. And the candidates, opponents, they were calculating how much amount is due to the government, which the women should ask for payments. So this was also a factor. The only thing which was in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party right now was free power, but not the jobs. And then there was the issue of drugs, which was being pitched against the Aam Aadmi Party. That after I heard a meeting from Harsimrat Kaur Badal. I was in her meeting, and she raised this drugs issue very quickly, saying that till we were in power, the chitta was not the name known to any of the places in Punjab.
Exactly.
After Congress came to power, the chitta started selling. So now the chitta is available at the stalls. There are stalls put up in some of the areas. The chitta yahan pe available hai, chitta ithe milta hai. So like that. So she raised the issue of drugs.
Do you think then there is sort of undercurrent against Aam Aadmi Party that's going on in Punjab? That's like in the next assembly elections, maybe there may be some sort of changes. How do you think that?
Yeah, that's the reason why Congress has gained so many seats. The Congress only encashed on Aam Aadmi Party making false promises. I have happened to be in one of the meetings of Charanjit Channi, who is ex-chief minister, and he is the Dalit face of the Congress. During earlier government, he was brought in a chief minister to encash on Dalit votes in Punjab. But now I think he has got that benefit because the Congress made Aam Aadmi Party a real target of their attacks in the campaign. So it worked.
It worked. So in this context, another major thing that comes that the independent candidate, Amritpal Singh. He is like, do you think that Amritpal Singh now actually like leading in almost more than 2 lakhs vote perhaps? Just last I saw it's around 2 lakhs something. So do you think this is somewhere or other an endorsement to the Khalistan movement somewhere or other? How do you read it? What is it all about?
No. I heard some of the interviews which his father has given to the media. And he clearly rejected that it's not a Khalistani agenda. He is raising different issues. He is raising social issues. He is raising drug issues. And I happen to speak to some experts also. They are saying there's nobody is talking of Khalistan. So the people are talking of injustice with the Sikh community. And that's why Akali Dal broke its alliance with the BJP, saying that we will pursue Panthik agenda. So it's primarily the Panthik agenda which is taking over the Punjab narrative and not the Khalistan actually.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ashwini for connecting to us. Thanks a lot
Thanks a
for
lot.
watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rani, and right now I am in Outlook Newsroom, decoding the elections together in live updates. I have Swati and Vinita, who are a part of our copy desk. So thank you for joining the live with us. First things first, like during such a busy news and political season, how does it kind of feel to work for like production days? Like first thing is we have production days every 10 days, and like we produce magazines so quickly, and especially in such a vibrant and political season, how do you kind of deal with that?
Actually, it's, I mean, the process obviously is the same, because you do fact checks, you read the story very carefully, you get in touch with whoever's written it, you ask them your queries, you come, you verify. So the workflow and the process is very much the same, except that there's a lot more, current information. Things keep changing because when it's election season, and there's a lot more political content, so you are more careful with that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think basically the backbone of the process remains the same. Because it's about verifying facts, it's about asking the person the right questions, it's about asking for more information if there isn't enough. So I feel, yes, the pressure is more, but the same process.
Okay.
So research is the key basically. You have to keep yourself updated, you have to keep reading. For instance, I got a copy to edit from Coach Bihar. I was not very aware about Coach Bihar politics, so I spent a day reading about Coach Bihar. So that is how it works. You have to keep yourself updated, and you also get to learn a lot in the process, because our reporters went to so many places for ground reporting. They came back with so many interesting stories. So you research is the key. That's how it works.
And while you are doing this process, is there also like a part of you, like, because we did Reporters Guaranteed, and like our last 4 issues were just covering elections from the ground, and you were getting pieces that were from the ground, and they have witnessed the live, and you had to make sure that it's transformed into the magazine the same manner, like it has those visual aspects, that presence of ground. So how was that process for you both?
It's not easy. Basically, I honestly feel if a reporter has gone to the ground, I respect his vision. I always sit with the reporter and ask them, because I have not been on the ground. So I ask them, what did they see there? I really literally bug them, but that's necessary, because they have to explain it to me what they saw there. It's not a video where we don't get to see anything. So for me to write that copy in a particular way, the reporter has to narrate the whole story to me, usually first, so which is why then I'll be able to write the story.
Also to keep the feel of, like you're saying, the ground report needs to sound like the ground report.
Yes.
It can't suddenly become the sanitized Queen's English version of a ground report. So then you need to like keep certain things which give the flavor of what was happening on the ground. So you have to be very careful not to over-edit, not to sanitize it completely, and take the feel out of it.
Makes
so
sense.
like we did a story on the fishermen community in Maharashtra, coastal Maharashtra, and how they are struggling. So there were certain details, obviously, since I know very little about their life. So then we had to sit with the reporter, we talked through certain details, small details, but that brings out the very specific feel of the ground.
I just have one last question. So these small details, does this also include like colloquial language and terminologies, or like songs, music, these kind of things as well? And does the process feel more personal now that you have to actually kind of curate this whole thing with the reporters who were somewhere else while they were singing
there's
this?
Words, there's poetry.
Yes.
There was a line of Kashmiri poetry which for some reason was not translated into English. So and translation is very important. So any word, phrase or a quote, someone is saying something from the ground. So we have to be very careful how we translate that, because the nuance is what brings out the flavor of a ground report.
Makes sense. Do you have anything more to add?
Just one last thing, you have to be mindful about the fact that all reporters are not good writers. They may be excellent ground reporters, but maybe they are not good writers. We get all sorts of, every desk gets all sorts of copies. So even now, after working for like more than 10 years, I still get anxious when I get not so well written story. There are bad stories also, but it's fun to process them, and if the reporter is also happy, then our job is work.
And you found out a lot, like I didn't know several things that I learned during this election about certain regions of India which you wouldn't normally be going to. So through these reports you learn a lot.
Okay.
That's fun.
Wow, it sounds super interesting. Thank you so much, Swati and Vanita. Thank you for joining our live. Thank you.
Welcome to Outlook Live again. We have Anisha Reddy joining us from Bangalore to discuss the Karnataka results. Anisha, when we traveled in Bangalore in Karnataka, when I was there for the assembly election short while ago, there was a whole lot of local issues came up there, and there was a very, very visible anti-incumbency of the Bommai government. That one, we could witness, and so that is what the state elections. I think, we could call it. We called it quite right, I think, and because there was a lot of anger and disappointment, with the people. But what the one thing that we heard, even at that time, when we asked, a lot of people in the rural areas, in small towns about 2024, these Lok Sabha elections, a lot of them said, Parliament mein to Modi ji is our, a lot of them said that. So they could, what we thought when we had we gone there as a group is that people are able to discern between assembly polls, local elections and Lok Sabha polls. But now the results, now when you see, it doesn't seem, firstly it is not at all what the exit polls had predicted or even many analysts had. So since you traveled vastly extensively in Karnataka, do you think these local issues still played a part in the Lok Sabha elections also?
Yeah, I think definitely, especially in the South Karnataka regions that I traveled in ahead of the election, one of the major issues was water scarcity.
Yeah,
And the
which you wrote about.
Water
Which you wrote about in the magazine. I remember the story. Yeah, which was.
And there was a lot of actually anger against the Congress government for the way they handled the Kaveri water dispute. And at that time also people had said that we would want to have the BJP JDS coalition at the center so that they could handle this whole situation better. So even at that point, even the Congress, there was a Congress wave in some parts of the state, but the local issues always took more precedence in especially South Karnataka region.
And Karnataka has historically been called the gateway, BJP's gateway to the south. This is the one southern state which BJP has ruled. It has had its chief minister. It has done quite well in the assembly, in the Lok Sabha polls also 2019, for instance. But again, it's gone the other way this time. It's not, it's a mixed verdict, really. The showing, BJP showing is, not at all that spectacular as one had expected. So, this gateway to the south, it's again hit a hurdle.
Yeah, but I think they ended up getting those seats in other Telugu states, even though they lost here in Karnataka. They have 16 seats now, which is much less than what they got in 2019, which was 25.
Yeah.
But they've sort of made up for that in other South Indian states, especially Andhra Pradesh and Telangana.
But that is with the coalition, with TDP.
With TDP, and in Telangana, they've got about 8 seats.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So,
also, you're saying that it's not only Karnataka which is the gateway.
yeah,
There
I
are
think
others.
they're making inroads in other South Indian states. now.
They have, of course, also made for the first time one seat in Kerala now. He was leading till the last minute. I saw. I think they have from Thrissur. Suresh Gopi, I think, has one. But what is it that you think that what does the verdict mean to you right now? It's quite mixed. It's neither for really one Congress side or the.
Yeah. Actually, it also shows that in history, actually, Karnataka has never voted in the similar pattern in state elections and Lok Sabha elections. Maybe that's changing a bit now, even though BJP is still leading in the state. Congress has made a very impressive turnaround from 1 seat in 2019 to 10 seats now. So I think people's priorities are changing. The polarization narrative doesn't really work that much anymore, and it's more about jobs and basic essentials like water, which was a very important issue. So I think the trend is changing.
And it is a sort of a it seems that the DKS Siddaramaiah team is also intact. There were a lot of doubts about how long, because they are two such big name leaders, how long will they continue? It seems like it's been so far they have held together.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Okay, and the other thing, so coming back to this local issues, one is the coastal Karnataka part, which was, then the other places that you traveled in. You also went to Mandya and other regions.
Yeah.
So what did you find there when you went, and what are the results like when you see now?
Basically, so Mandya, Mysore is right now with the BJP, and again,
It was their stronghold.
Yes, and it was majorly farmers' issues. They were not getting good prices for their crops. This was the major concern even during state assembly elections last year. But one interesting thing I found was last time when I met the same group of farmers, they were willing to, they were supporting Congress at the state. And now when I met them now, they were like, okay, no, we will support the coalition government, because they actually sort of think that JDS has been a farmer-related family and a farmer-related party. They have taken decisions like with regards to farmers, so they were able to make that distinction. So their main concerns still hold the same, but they wanted to vote for the coalition government coalition this time at the center.
So this result now, what do you think will happen in the state, at the state level? What is the lesson that the Congress has learned? When you said that it was actually the local issues which impacted these elections also, would they be addressed? The water scarcity issue, the farm distress, unemployment, you had written in one story.
Yeah, I think actually I think Congress tried to play it a little safe. They didn't address all the issues. The water scarcity has not been resolved yet. They face a lot of criticism for giving share of Kaveri water to Tamil Nadu. They haven't really addressed that criticism. Even the caste census bit, they have been lying low on it. And if you see how different caste communities have voted, Lingayats have gone with North Karnataka again. And I think they should be addressing these local issues. And I think they might, now that they've realized that, they've gotten 10 seats.
Yeah.
They also there's also municipal elections that are going to be held soon. So even that will play a big part in how the state government works.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nisha, for joining in. Thanks for that analysis.
Thank you.
I'm Rani, and right now I'm with the most integral part of working with a magazine, that is the design team, and we have our illustrator as well. So we have Vikas, Leela and Champak ji, and I would like to begin with कि magazine को like bind करना together. It takes not only just text, it's also pictures and illustration. So what is the process to bring all of them together? How does that look?
Actually, we work as a team. We get stories, we get pictures, then we conceptualize. We focus more on conceptualizing things. So you can see our covers also.
Yeah.
They are more concept-based covers rather than photo-based.
Yes.
So it's a lot of hard work. It goes on. That's it.
Okay. And so Vikas, you are illustrating for the magazine. So what is the process of that like, so you get like a story and then you illustrate. So what goes into the, creative process of it?
पहला प्रोसेस तो होता है उसे पढ़ना, देन उसके बाद कुछ पॉइंट्स निकाल के देन रिसर्च करना होता है उससे कौन सा एलिमेंट्स किसके साथ जाएगा. फिर हमारा बड़ा काम होता है कि कैसे एक विजुअल के साथ पूरा स्टोरी का ब्रीफ किया जा सके, वो देखते ही समझ में आए कि स्टोरी के साथ में है, कि वो लगे कि दोनों के बीच में एक रिलेशन है या दोनों के बीच में रिश्ता है. हाँ. ऐसा ना लगे कि अटपटा लगे कि ये कहीं और जा रहा है. तो मेरा यही होता है किस तरह से. और एक दूसरा जो प्रॉब्लम आता है वो है टाइम का. कई बार हमें डेडलाइन मैच करना होता है तो फिर हमें कुछ और टेक्निक यूज करना पड़ता है. हम हमेशा फाइन आर्ट की तरफ नहीं जा सकते, तो कई बार हम ग्राफिकली यूज करते हैं या फिर फोटो इमेजिनिंग हो गया या मैनिपुलेशन हो गया. इस तरह से हम नए नए टेक्निक भी यूज करते रहते हैं. जैसे रिसेंटली हम लोग एआई की तरफ भी जा रहे हैं, हम अपने काम को और कितना बेहतर कर सकते हैं और कितना अच्छे से कर सकते हैं. ये मेरा एक प्रोसेस है.
मेक सेंस. और आपने रिलेशन और लाइक कवर और मैगजीन उनका रिलेशनशिप भी होना चाहिए. तो जो दो लाइक डिफरेंट स्टोरीज मिलते हैं तो उसे एक साथ कैसे लेकर आते हैं आप लोग? लाइक आपके पास लाइक पेजेस भी चेंजेस होती है. प्रोडक्शन डे कैसा रहता है आप लोगों के लिए?
Of course, stories should match our visuals also.
Yeah.
प्रोडक्शन डेज बहुत हेक्टिक होता है और हमें जब स्टोरीज मिलता है तो हम उसको स्टोरीज मिलने के बाद हम उसको पढ़ते हैं, ब्रीफ लेते हैं उसका. कभी कभी हम रिपोर्टर से भी बात करते हैं और उसके बाद हम विजुअलाइज करते हैं उस चीज़ को. और उसके बाद हमारे पास फॉर्म वाइज आता है, पेजिनेशन आता है. तो प्रोडक्शन के साथ हम कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं और हमारा मेन फोकस होता है कवर.
हाँ.
कवर पे हम बहुत जोर लगाते हैं.
बिल्कुल.
और उसमें हम आर्ट वर्क्स भी लेते हैं. बहुत स्पेशली आर्ट वर्क्स पे हम फोकस करते हैं आजकल, rather than going for the simple visual.
Yeah.
तो ये है हमारा मेन फोकस और ये हमेशा रहेगा ये.
Okay, thank you so much. So that was the design team of Outlook. Thank you for joining the live with us.
Welcome to Outlook Live. I am here with Asghar Khan, who traveled to Bihar for these elections. तो असगर जी सबसे पहले शुरू करते हैं, अगर आप एक ब्रीफ दे पाएँ बिहार के रिजल्ट्स के बारे में एनडीए का.
बिहार का इलेक्शन जो है अगर हम बीजेपी को सारे स्टेट में देखते हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश में, बंगाल में, महाराष्ट्र में, तो बिहार में बहुत नुकसान नहीं है बीजेपी का। यानी जो एनडीए अलायंस है उसका जो पूरा कास्ट इक्वेशन था और जो सीट बंटवारे को लेकर के जो अलायंस के बीच में सीट शेयरिंग हुआ वो सारे टाइम पे हुए थे, ठीक ठाक थे, और उसका नतीजा है कि बिहार में बहुत नुकसान नहीं है। आप देखिए 2014 में बीजेपी इंडिया अलायंस, माफ़ कीजिएगा, एनडीए अलायंस जो था वो 32 सीट जीता था, 2019 में वो 38 जीते थे। तो अभी हम देख रहे हैं 32 सीट पे वो लीड कर रहे हैं, यानी 32 सीट पे वो जीत रहे हैं, तो बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान नहीं है। बिहार का इलेक्शन इस बार जो है वो थोड़ा मुद्दों से जो मेनली मुद्दा बीजेपी ने परसेप्शन बनाया राम मंदिर को लेकर करके, 370 को लेकर के, वो बिहार में बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं रहा। उसी का नतीजा था कि बीजेपी राजद जो थी वो 2019 में एक भी सीट नहीं जीत पाई थी। इस मुद्दे को बहुत उठाया, खास करके रोज़गार का जो मुद्दा था इसको राजद ने बहुत उठाया, और यही वजह है कि राजद को 4 सीटें मिली जो इंडिया अलायंस में थी। सबसे ज़्यादा जो अभी तक जो आ रहा है परिणाम, उसमें राजद लीड कर रही है। तो बिहार का इलेक्शन और स्टेट से बीजेपी के लिए, खास करके एनडीए अलायंस के लिए ठीक दिख रहा है, मतलब बेहतर दिख रहा है
जी। और माइग्रेशन का मुद्दा क्या इम्पोर्टेंट था इन इलेक्शंस में?
माइग्रेशन का मुद्दा जो इंडिया अलायंस का जो सबसे बड़ा घटक दल है, खास करके राजद, उसने उसके जो फेस हैं तेजस्वी यादव, उन्होंने इस मुद्दे को हर सभाओं में उठाया, और उसका सबसे बड़ा जो असर दिखा, हम जब यूथ की बात कर रहे हैं बिहार में, तो यूथ जो है वो बड़ी संख्या में राजद के रैली में, सभाओं में वो दिखते थे। तो उसकी वजह यही थी कि वो हमेशा मतलब अपनी सभाओं में रोज़गार के मुद्दे को उठाते थे, और 17 साल जो नीतीश कुमार के साथ उनकी सरकार रही, जदयू के साथ, वो इस बात पर लगातार जोर देते रहे कि 17 साल में हमने 10 लाख के आसपास लोगों को रोज़गार दिया। तो रोज़गार सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा राजद का बना था, और मुझे लगता है कि उसका परिणाम जो है वो राजद के बहुत फेवर में तो नहीं गया, लेकिन जहां आप एक सीट पे भी नहीं थे, आप 4-5 सीट, आपकी अलायंस को 8 सीट अभी तक मिल रही है, तो रोज़गार का मुद्दा जो है राजद ने बनाया, उसको कैश भी किया
जी। और कास्ट इक्वेशन क्या एक इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा था?
हाँ, कास्ट इक्वेशन जो है, जिसको जातीय समीकरण कहते हैं, बिहार जो ऐसी ज़मीन है उत्तर प्रदेश के बाद जहाँ कास्ट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है चुनाव में, और कास्ट इक्वेशन सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर रहा है एनडीए अलायंस के लिए। आप देखें जो अभी हम लोग देख रहे थे, जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो आंकड़ा आ रहा है, उसमें जदयू सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के तौर पे उभर रही है सीट के तौर पे बिहार में। मतलब एनडीए अलायंस का जो सबसे ज़्यादा सीट है वो जदयू के पास अभी तक दिख रहा है। हालांकि वो लास्ट जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा उसमें डिक्लेयर हो जाएगी कि कितनी सीट है। तो जदयू ने हमेशा कास्ट इक्वेशन पे फोकस किया है। जदयू महादलित पे फोकस करती रही है, महिलाओं पे फोकस करती रही है, और जो पिछड़ी जाति है उस पर फोकस करती रही है। तो ये कास्ट इक्वेशन है। आप देखिए मतलब ठीक इलेक्शन से पहले जब राजद और जदयू दोनों अलायंस में थे, तो इन लोगों ने एक सर्वे लाया था, मतलब वो पिछड़ी जाति वगैरह की कितनी, मतलब जिसकी जितनी आबादी, उसको लेकर के जो सर्वे लाया था, वो कास्ट इक्वेशन का ही पार्ट था। उसका नतीजा है कि जदयू को बहुत फ़ायदा मिला, और महादलित को लेकर के हमेशा उनका फोकस रहा है। महादलित एक बड़ी जाति है बिहार में। इसके अलावा महिलाओं पे फोकस किया है। तो ये कास्ट समीकरण ही है जिसकी वजह से जदयू वहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा वोट बैंक नहीं है, बावजूद इसके वो लीड कर रही है। तो ये कास्ट इक्वेशन है, और इसको बहुत अच्छे से इंडिया अलायंस ने कैश किया है।
Thank you so much.
शुक्रिया।
Thank you.
Rani, and right now I'm with the video team as well as our photo researcher for Outlook magazine. So I'll start with the video team first. So firstly, I mean, we are a magazine, of course, and we are a print medium. So how is it to transform these print stuff, like these are stories that are for reading, how to transform this into visual material, and also we have started taking out long format videos which are going towards documentary. So how has that process been?
I think all the reporters and the photojournalists have done really well. I mean, they've helped the video team, they've supported us in every way possible, and we've gotten footage from all across India, and it's taken us a lot of time, especially Sudhanshu and Himanshu, who are the video editors. They've put their heart into it, and yeah, we're looking forward to doing great videos ahead.
Great. Sudhanshu and Himanshu, do you have anything more to add?
Yeah, I mean, coming from print medium, like most of the journalists, it is quite difficult for them to be on field and cover both the story for text and for video as well. And I think they have done tremendous amount of, they have given a tremendous amount of hard work into that. That is one thing, and moreover, I think it needs to evolve more and more from print to video and towards digital, because I mean, even if print doesn't go obsolete, video has more reach, digital has more reach,
yeah,
and there are more ways of doing it.
And does the process of speaking with journalists and getting the videos done, is the process more collaborative, or how was your experience? Do you have to go back and forth with the journalists, have a chat with them about how to go about these videos, more context,
I mean, it is of course collaborative. I have some footage in front of me. I don't have a clue what to do with it unless the journalist tells me what's the situation on the ground. I can make the cuts otherwise. So whenever it was collaborative, because they were available, it was great. But sometimes they were on field, so it was difficult, but I think the collaboration works really well.
And Sudhanshu, anything else to add?
No, it's the same thing with us. We are doing our best to put the videos out as best as we can.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll come to you, Animik, now. So going back to us being a print medium, and photos are a big part of magazines and things like that, and how do you go about searching for these different pictures when the magazine issues are just about to come out during production day? What has the process been like for you?
So usually what has happened in this day and age is we are overwhelmed with a lot of media and photos, right? So if you search for a topic, search for anything, you get 200 or 1000 photos. So my process usually involves in finding the ones that would metaphorically take the piece, the written piece that comes in, and allude to it, so that the person who is watching the image can also think of going into the writing, and so it balances out. None of them overpowers each other, and people gets interest in finding or reading the piece. So not directly approaching the photos as you'll find in most print mediums. If they are covering a story, they would directly take a photo from the story. I usually try to find photos that would be around the area of this information.
Okay, thank you so much. So this was our video team and photo researcher. Thank you for speaking with us, and hope we continue to make our print medium more digital as well. So thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I called the media team. Sorry, design team.
Hello, I'm Rahat. Welcome to Outlooks Live. I'm here with Sharmita, who has traveled to Gujarat to cover for these elections. So, Sharmita, what is this Gujarat model that everyone talks about, and is this visible on the ground?
So, Gujarat model is basically a model of development. It's portrayed as a model of development, and what the BJP portrays it as is, high tech. Technology and facilities and roads and like from my experience, however, what the Gujarat model of development actually means is Gujarat has a history of communal politics. It has seen a series of communal riots between 80s and till 2002. So I went to Ahmedabad, which is one of the most segregated cities in terms of polarization, the Hindu-Muslim divide. So the Gujarat model of we can't really say whether it's actually about development or whether it's about the communal politics.
So what were the main issues on the ground? When you talk to people, what were the main issues that they were talking about, they were highlighting about?
So I went to Ahmedabad, I explored Ahmedabad primarily, and Ahmedabad, like I said, is a highly segregated city in terms of Hindu-Muslim divide, and so I went to areas in old Ahmedabad like Daryapur, and there's also another area called Juhapura, which is the largest urban Muslim ghetto in India. So the issues that I saw on ground were, it basically, among the minority communities, it's very evident that they are neglected by the government. And there is also a lot of concerns regarding unemployment, inflation that I saw on the ground.
Also, the Kshatriyas community were like protesting from the southern region. So do you believe it had an impact while voting in the elections?
The Kshatriya community were protesting ahead of the elections, but as far as the counting of votes can be seen, I don't think it had an impact in the elections, not really.
So lastly, Sharmita, what is the sense you're getting from the vote counting?
From the vote counting, it seems pretty clear that despite these issues that we witnessed on the ground, people still, are favoring the BJP. Although Congress is leading in one seat in Banaskantha, so they did stop the BJP from winning a hat-trick total victory in Gujarat.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Sharmita.